Well, the Butterflies will be flying here tonight at Billy Bullens Field in Westfield, Massachusetts. The first batter is up.
And Cade Feeney, your man on the mound there, he's played in 4 games, total of 8 innings. He's got himself 1 win, and he has a ERA of 0 with 7 strikeouts.
He pitched against us the game we played them, and I think he only pitched 1 inning, but he was 3 up, 3 down.
Yeah, he's played in 4 games with only 8 innings, so really hasn't been in the starter role yet. So it'll be interesting to watch how that dynamic develops, as that one is low for ball 1.
He's also a solid shortstop. He's their starting shortstop.
I mean, when you're throwing a no-hitter and you only get 3 strikeouts, your defense must be good. You got a pass ball there by the catcher.
Skips behind the catcher, something we've seen quite a bit of here in this tournament, usually in situations where that's not a very good thing to be happening. I mean, we've seen runners advance constantly due to that, as this one calls strike. Count now 2-1.
I was actually fortunate to be up here for that no-hitter, calling it with Matt Medeiros. And there were quite a few hard-hit balls down the third baseline. The third baseman for Atlantic Shore made some great plays to save that no-hitter.
Got himself up to a 2-2 count now, does Feeney, in the pitch here. Swing and a miss, so that'll be the first out of the top of the first inning.
So you got to give that strikeout to the catcher, Miller. Miller was framing those pitches. That 1-2 count, 1-1 count there. He framed it. It was almost in the dirt, and he just framed it just right for the ump to call a strike.
And this is going to bring up Anthony Santamaria, who has 5 singles and an RBI in the tournament.
Hey, a good catcher can win you a couple strikes with a good framing.
That's what Coach Lucia was saying. If you get 1 strikeout a inning from your catcher, you're having a good day.
And this one chopped over. The throw to first going to be not in time, as he takes a look at the direction of that ball but decides to stay at first. And that's one of those hits that almost looked like it was going to go for an out, but it just got out there enough. And the throw, long way to throw that ball to get him out there at first.
You see
part of the renovations here at Bullens Field was the temporary fence behind the first base. Usually that would go up the hill for extra base there. But,
so that wouldn't be out of play if the fences weren't there?
That would have gone up the hill out of play. So that runner
play
would be on second base if it wasn't for that temporary fence we put in over there.
And C.J. Brown is now up to bat.
I mean, that was a good defensive play by the shortstop, really keeping the ball in front of him. I think that was an errant throw. I think he should have kept it to see another day. Errant throw, almost a runner at second with 1 out.
And this one, throw to second, got him. Throw over to first, not in time. He's safe at first base.
Can we take another look at that one? That was a nice play there by the shortstop. Flips it, third baseman throws it over to the second, whoever's covering second base, and gets it over the first baseman just late. So good stretch there also by the first baseman to try to turn 2.
And as you take a look at the replay, Jimmy Pasquale is now coming up.
Good play there. Feeds it to the second baseman. Second baseman throws it to first base. Just couldn't get there in time.
Yeah, C just legged it out and beat the throw. So
we have a runner on first in the top of the first inning, 2 outs now, and up to bat is Jimmy Pasquale, who in 18 at-bats has got himself 4 hits.
And pass ball, and the runner will advance to second.
One thing to notice about Pasquale as well, he's got himself 4 hits. 3 of those are doubles, so he's been able to hit that ball pretty far here in this tournament.
Pasquale, number 25, and I was talking to actually the coaching staff for this Midwest team. And I was talking to them, a lot of teams here have been liking playing the small ball. We've seen a lot of bunt teams, Stale. They like hitting the ball into the gap. I mean, they're getting hit right now. Let's see what they can do in the bottom of the inning.
An 0-1 pitch here, as the runner has advanced to second with 2 outs here in the inning.
Like you were saying, the small ball, it may come into play later in the game if it's a tight game.
Absolutely, Coach, and we see it here, man on second, 2 outs. Not a chance for a small ball here. They just need to get a ball in the gap to see if they can score the runner from second.
And after the 0-2 pitch, that one is fouled back.
So good crowd here for the semifinals. A lot of parents travel a long distance from New Jersey, North Dakota. A very good fan base, and I was talking to a lot of the teams during this tournament, as we have a foul ball there, that the atmosphere is unbelievable. They love it, besides the rain. Everybody hits the rain at this point. But we're still in a drought here in Western Mass, so we do need more rain, but let's wait until the tournament's over.
Well, we actually have no chance of rain today. Last I checked, it's a 0% chance. So that's very good news there, as this one.
Ooh.
That's quite a change from what we've been having.
Yeah.
And the count is now 1-2 after the ball there. Just barely outside the strike zone on that one. Runner on second. Got himself a healthy lead there. He's going to go for the steal. And the throw over to third. He is going to be safe at third base.
Third baseman for North Dakota was caught sleeping there. Didn't see the runner going. And then the catcher also got caught sleeping. Late throw there. Easy steal from Brown. Strike 3 called.
And so that'll get him, as after the steal goes down looking. So that's going to end things from the top of the first. You were watching the Babe Ruth Network as well as listening on 89.5 WSKB Westfield. We will be right back from Bullens Field. And we're back from Bullens Field, bottom of the first inning now. And as we see, this Midwest team is going to get a chance to go up to bat, starting with Skylar Riedinger, the shortstop. Darren Knowles and Cade Feeney will come after that.
Riedinger had a nice play at short, just couldn't get the runner out at first. See what he can do up to bat. And like I said, it was unbelievable. I went to go watch BP, and they were just talking to me up a storm. And I would think in the semifinals game in the Babe Ruth World Series, they'd be a little calm, like very to themselves. No, this team's been here 3 times in the past 3 years. This is an unbelievable team.
They're cool.
Oh,
They're
absolutely.
Cool. They're loose.
And the coaching staff is even cooler. I mean, they had their goon squad, they had their coaches squad. It was unbelievable.
It comes from a young coaching staff too.
Yes.
The North Dakota coaches, I believe, are 22 years old each.
And the guy on the mound has been pretty cool so far this tournament. Alex Zacchaeus, 9 innings pitched. He's played in 3 games, started 2 of them, and he's done very well for his team. ERA of 1.5. Got himself 4 strikeouts. Has given up 8 walks, however.
See what he can do here on the mound.
And this pitch, the 0-1. Riedinger looks at that one. 0-2 now.
Good pitch there, a little bit outside, around the outside corner. Batter thought it was the ball. That was an easy strike call there for the umpire. And better framing there from the catcher, Fury.
And Riedinger stares down the 0-2. And this one is going to go for a ball. Count now 1-2 to Riedinger.
The fans, the Atlantic Shore fans wanted that one. Wanted that strike call there for the first K of the game.
And that one goes up high. So the count now evened up at 2-2.
Coach, if you're a pitcher in this, if you're a coach and talking to your pitcher in this situation, you can answer after the pitch. What do you tell him going to the mound with a big game like this? I know most of these pitchers.
As this one is hit up the third base line, and the third baseman can't grab it. That'll go for a base hit. He starts charging towards second, holds up, and that'll be a single.
Coming to the mound in a big game like this, they've pitched in pool play, but this is a bigger stage than pool play.
Very simple. Throw strikes. Very simple.
We've been saying up here, we've seen a lot of players really worry about the base runners, and we've been saying you got 7 men around you. Worry about them. Just throw hittable pitches that they can field.
Yeah, we tell our guys that your job is to throw strikes. If they hit it, they're doing their job. let your defense take care of things.
And the throw over to first. Just checking up there on reading her as Darren Knowles now up to bat, and 16 times to the plate. He's got himself 4 hits, all of them going for singles, and he's scored 9 runs. So once he gets out there, there's a good chance he's coming home.
Yeah, very speedy man on the base pass. When you get him on, the pitchers are just looking at him the whole time.
And looks that strike in.
No batting gloves either. I know I've been a fan of the no batting gloves, and a lot of these guys are just putting dirt on their hands, choking up, and swinging away.
Yeah, I played baseball in the 70s and 80s, and I think it was before batting gloves were even invented.
Little throwback to the good old days then, I'm sure. As
Do you like your kids not having batting gloves or batting gloves?
It's preference, whatever they're comfortable with.
0-1.
If they feel they're better with gloves on and they get a better feel for the bat, then it's totally up to them.
Yeah. Knock your socks off, I like to say. If you think you look good, you might play good, so do whatever you want.
0-1 pitch now after the check over at first. He's going to check over again.
3 pickoffs attempts there at first base. He's worried about that runner.
And when we're confused as to how some games can be an hour and 20 minutes,
there we
and
go.
it's stuff like that advances the game. And it's just sometimes games play out that way, especially when you got a lot of attempted steals, things like that. It'll extend this thing as he shows bunt on that one.
Good play.
Definitely adds up.
Good play there by the catcher, blocked the ball, making sure the runner can't advance. And I think I had the second longest game in Babe Ruth history. I got to ask our man, Pete Coles. He was talking to me about it. But it was like 3 hours and 5 minutes long. And that was just following a game that was only like an hour and 30 minutes. So it was unbelievable.
That's a Major League Baseball game right
Yeah,
there.
that's a Yankees-Sox game.
I think that was the day we were playing. The Westfield team was playing at 7 o'clock, and we ended up starting at 9:30.
Yep, because I left here around 9:30, 9:45. Unbelievable.
Takes that one up high. The count is now 2-1 to Knowles.
Knowles is looking for a good one to drive with 2-1 hitters count.
And that one is going to go for ball 3, so now even more of a hitter's count here.
If you're a third base coach, you let him swing away or get him stopped here.
3-1,
count.
you're looking for your perfect pitch.
And we'll see if Knowles thinks this is his perfect pitch here. That one's going to go for a strike. It looked like it was a little close to him on that one. Dodged the elbow out of the way.
Now, most hitters have one little spot, one little zone that they like to pitch in. And if it's there on 3-1, you rip it.
But if not, you saw it there. Don't swing the bat and wait 3-2, full count.
Here's the full count pitch. That one will send him walking, so now runners will be at first and second with 0 outs in the bottom of the first here for Bismarck.
Bismarck likes to hit. I was talking to coaches. They're not a small ball team. They're more of a team that's going to hit the ball into the gaps.
And Cade Feeney, your pitcher for the other side, Atlantic Shore, is up to bat now.
I like to say Cade Feeney can make his own money here.
Your pitcher, if I should say, for Bismarck. I said Atlantic Shore there. It's been a long series.
Feeney can make his own money here, driving a couple runs for himself.
Some good baseball names in this tournament, too.
Oh,
Cade Feeney is one of them. I know Mike Smith up in the press box here. He's got a list going on a whiteboard with the all-hair team and the all-tournament name team.
We will get to the all-hair team later in the game. Devin Bates has that for you.
And that one will go for a ball. And there even was an announcer that got the all-hair team. I
Yes.
might have to go get a nice haircut after this because I feel like I got snubbed.
I'll tell you right now, his son's not going to be too happy because he thinks he should be on it.
Little preview of what we'll have for you in some downtime later on. That's a hilarious list. As there's a 1-0 pitch on the way. This one is hit right to
nobody
the
covering.
pitcher.
Poor fielding there for New Jersey, and then bases loaded, no out, bunt single.
Yeah, somebody missed an assignment there.
So, Coach, would you call that a knee error on that play? Or
Well, it's hard to give anybody an error. I think the second baseman was probably supposed to be covering first on that one.
So bases loaded, and the Hardier lineup is up. No outs. This is dangerous here for New Jersey.
And this is going to bring up Connor Hansen. And Hansen, in 17 at-bats, has got himself 7 hits, 5 doubles, 2 singles, and 6 RBIs. So you can look for him to potentially drive in some more here, as he is dangerous in this situation.
A knee-buckling fastball there. Didn't swing at that one. That was clearly a strike right at the knees.
Batter's job right here is to get the ball somewhere in the outfield.
And here we go. This one is chopped over to the first
Oh,
baseline.
everybody's
Bobbles
safe.
that. And that is not what you want there. A very fieldable hit there that was bobbled, and a runner will score. And now the bases are still loaded with no outs. Skylar Riedinger runs in for the first run of the game.
You don't want to give this Bismarck team anything. And here we come, a little pitching conference at the mound. Coach, would you call a pitching conference at the mound at this point?
Yeah, you try to stop the bleeding at this point. You know, they seem to be rattled out in the field. You go out there and calm them down, just to get them back on track, tell them to do their job.
And especially what heightens the danger of this situation is the fact that there's 0 outs. So if you let Bismarck go on a little bit of a run here, it can just keep going for what seems like forever, because those outs are going to be hard to come by.
So before we get to the next pitch, Coach, what's your opinion on the extra hitter in this tournament?
I think it's a useful tool. We used it in all 5 games we played. It gives you a little flexibility to get that extra hitter into the field and then put whoever he subbed in for back to the extra hitter.
One team is using the extra hitter, the other is not.
And this will bring up Luke Dahmers, who has himself 8 singles off 16 at-bats. And this one is hit into deep left field, running back to try to get it. He's not going to get it.
Warning track hit.
And 1 run will score. 2 runs on the way. And they are now up 3-0.
I think Hansen could have been on third on that play. Let's hear come a replay here. Nice swing of the bat there. Deep left field, over to the left fielder's head, hitting the warning track. But this is interesting here.
Looking at it live, he almost caught the runner in front of him. I think that's what slowed him up.
You see the coach frantically really circling everybody home.
And after 2 runs score, we are now at 3-0 with still 0 outs in the bottom of the first inning. And he's safe at second. And you got to watch out here for this Atlantic Shore team, as make sure frustrations don't get into you very early on in this game. There's still a lot of baseball left to be played.
You see a little ball flip there by the second baseman, frustrated at that no call at the pickoff at second.
And after all that fanfare, Connor Weekham is now in the batter's box. And Weekham, in 15 at-bats, has got himself 4 hits and 1 RBI.
I think the coaches for Nebraska, sorry about that, for this team really kind of fooled me, because they said they don't like playing small ball. They like getting hits in the gap. We saw a deep left field drive there. Now we have a bunt going on here.
And they're going to keep checking back there at second base on Hansen.
I think they played a little head game with the commentator.
Part of that is seeing if the batter turns around the bunt on that pickoff. You know, kind of get a heads up of what's going to go on here.
So a 0-1 count to Weekham, the second baseman, with runners on first and second, still 0 outs. He pulls back on the bunt.
Double steal.
And so both runners will advance.
And it seems like the shortstop got in the way of the base runner's path. Wouldn't he be automatically safe on that play?
He would, and I believe Joe Vashket, the third base umpire there, was going to call that. If he was out, he was going to give him the bag for interference on the shortstop.
And I do want to remind you, this is a Bismarck team that's coming off a game where 20 combined runs and 30 combined hits were scored. So they were just in a slugfest the other day, and it looks like they're starting to carry it into this game as well.
Coaches were telling me they were struggling throughout pool play for the first 2 games, and then they got their bats hot and got 18 hits in 1 game. Unbelievable.
1-2 pitch now. And that one will escape. They're going to run towards home, and the play at home, he is safe easily. And Dahmers will hold up at third base, but yet again, another mistake, and another run comes in. It's 4-0 now, Bismarck.
Looking back to their regionals for the North Dakota team, they averaged over 10 runs a game in their regional tournament coming
And you
here.
take a look at this replay here.
That's a definitely wild pitch there by the pitcher. The catcher had no chance of controlling that one.
And great awareness by the third base runner as well to be able to start zipping to there as quick as he could. And I'm not even sure, even if he hesitated on that run, that I think he would still be safe. I mean, those plays down behind home plate can get so dangerous. Full count now. And
Weekham needs to get a good pitch here.
The 3-2 pitch to Weekham. He hits this one, and
nice play.
Over to first, they'll get him out there, so we have our first out
Nice.
of the inning. Finally, I'm sure, for Atlantic Shore.
Nice diving stop there by, I love saying this name, Anthony Santamaria. The nice diving stop there, throwing over to first. Good put out there, first out of the inning. Gained some confidence here for this Atlantic Shore team.
And now the catcher, Cameron Miller, is up to bat with a runner on third base still in Dahmers. Now there is one out in the bottom of the first. As this one down in the dirt. Dahmers was ready to charge after that one, but just got under the knee of the catcher.
Speaking of the extra hitter, it looks like Santa Maria started off as the extra hitter.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
He is now playing shortstop.
Yeah, okay. All right. I was a little confused
So
there by the sheet.
Assume going by the lineup, C.J. Brown is now the extra hitter.
1-0 pitch as this one is cranked over to the
right
fencing.
by the camera person. Hope they're okay. Line drive right towards her.
As the count will now be 1-1. Atlantic Shore looking to get themselves out of a jam. They've already given up 4 runs here, and they would love to not give up any more. As runner on third with Miller up to bat. The pitch to Miller goes for a strike. Count now 1-2.
And Miller's one of these players that you look at, big guy, almost 6 feet tall at 14 years old. He's one of those guys, and if you're the guy around 5'1", it's like, why can he grow and I can't? And that happens at this age group. Some guys are huge and some guys aren't.
And he goes down swinging. So good news there is that is a guy with that 8 RBIs in this tournament. So he could have been a huge threat there, but instead that'll bring up Alex Krug, the center fielder. And Krug in this tournament has got himself 11 at-bats, and no RBIs, so still looking to get hot here. We'll see if he's able to do it.
Man on third, 2 outs.
A little bit of a smaller player.
And this is what I'm talking about. When they're at the batting cages, they're talking about, I was talking to coaches, and you hear Krug pipe up and say, yeah, that's me. Because I'm like, you have some kids that are huge at this age, and some kids are still trying to grow. And, Coach, you must see that a lot with the age group you coach.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's some little guys that really get some pop on the ball, though.
Yes, absolutely.
It's all about bat speed.
Bat speed and where you
bat
put
through
it.
the zone quick. It can get out to the outfield in a hurry.
We've seen a lot of them in this tournament, actually, yeah, that can really swing it. As this one goes for a strike, so 2-1 now the count with 2 outs.
I mean, they're here for a reason. I mean, these are the top kids in the country in Babe Ruth at the 14-year-old level. So there's going to be a lot of kids with pop in the back.
2-1 pitch is fouled back. And now a 2-2 count, and Atlantic Shore is 1 strike away from getting them out of this inning.
No, it's not all about hitting, too. This young man at the plate right now might be a great fielder. That's why he's in the lineup.
Absolutely. The center fielder, Alexander Krug.
2-2. And goes swinging on that one, so Atlantic Shore finally gets themselves out of this, but not before giving up 4 runs. And coming up to bat is going to be Brian Feary, who threw a no-hitter in the last game, followed by Alejandro Rosado and Gannon Brady. We'll be right back here watching the Babe Ruth Network.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
And Brian Feary now up to bat. Thank you for watching the Babe Ruth Network, as a swing and a miss on that one will make the count 1-1. And, of course, Fury recently throwing the no-hitter in a game that you, Bob, actually, you were up here, correct, for that game?
I was. Yeah, that was fun. That was a first for me.
Nice.
And throw over to first. Not in time. Or in time, I mean. So, line gang over there.
Line
makes
gang
the
with
throw.
Nice play there at the hot corner. Throws it over to Hansen, and Hansen puts him out. So I got to actually something to pick with you on. The second we got into the booth, all I heard was, I got to call a no-hitter. You're bragging to your other coach.
I was bragging. That was fun. That was a good time. You know, I guess Fury only allowed 4 base runners the whole game.
The guy who was really pumped up about that was Matt Medeiros. He loved calling
Matt
that
Medeiros
no-hitter.
was
Very animated about
Yes,
that. And, of course,
quite
I called the opening Westfield game with him last Friday, and he had a great time during that as well. So
yeah, he did a good job. The more the game went on and the no-hitter was there, he got into it.
So, Coach, if you're Atlantic Shore here, down by 4, and you know North Dakota won't be done after this, what do you tell your team up to bat?
Pick out good pitches and drive them. You got to hit the ball. You got to score runs.
And 1-2 now the count.
You know, if you get on base, don't make any mental mistakes. Don't make any base running mistakes, and you got to play a solid game from here on out. Down 4-0.
And they're going to look to do that, starting with Alejandro Rosado, who fouls that one back with 1 out, as we just recently saw Brian Fury go down.
Alejandro Rosado. I don't think is he on one of the on the name list. We'll see. We'll check that for you.
I'll check that in between innings. I think he probably is.
Absolutely.
And Rosado in 15 at-bats has gone 4 for 15. Got himself 3 singles and a double. And still looking for that elusive first RBI here, as this one just over the glove of the pitcher.
Oh,
the
good
throw
play.
Over to first base gets him, so a lot of good efforts all around there.
Let's take another look at that one. That was a great play there by the second baseman. Weekum over to Hansen. Dive and play there at second base.
And just watch
the ball
Feeney.
may have taken a bad bounce right before it hit the second baseman.
Feeney just almost able to grab that thing with his glove.
Dive into the left. On his knees, gets up, throws it over the first for the second put out of the inning.
That's we were just talking about the little guy.
Yeah, there
he
you
is.
go.
And that'll bring up Gannon Brady.
Yeah, the other day when Fury threw his no-hitter after the game, I took the scorebook down to the copy machine here, and I made a copy of the book for him.
Nice.
He was real appreciative of that.
And Gannon Brady is a guy who has got himself 2 for 16. So
This is a good time for you to get hot.
he's been definitely more active as a pitcher for this Atlantic Shore team. In pitching, he's pitched 15 innings, the most in the team, and started 1 game.
I mean, at this level, pitchers do hit, so you really got to get some barrel of the bat during this tournament for your team to have some success.
And swings at a high one there, so that'll get him looking and also end things in a very quick top of the second inning. You were watching the Babe Ruth Network. Mason Line Gang, Skylar Riedinger, and Darren Knowles, your next batters for Bismarck. We'll be right back. It's 4-0 Bismarck, North Dakota over Atlantic Shore, New Jersey on the Babe Ruth Network. And back with the bottom of the second inning, Mason Line Gang up to bat now for Bismarck as they carry a 4-run lead, 4-0, into the bottom of the second inning. And just to recap you a little bit on how Bismarck got here, they started off the tournament and they jumped on Pacific Northwest early and coasted to a 10-0 win. Then the next game they carried on past Westfield 9-6, and then they were 6-3 victory over Janesville, and Connor Hansen led them to that one, as this one is just plopped up, and the throw is in time. Little very slow, very small blooper there right in front of him. As after that, they lost to Maine 2-1, and then came back in the game we were just talking about that combined for 20 runs, I should say. Bismarck over Mountain Home, Arkansas.
And this is a young coaching staff, and when I was talking to them, yeah, we couldn't hit the first 2 games, and then looking at the stats, they could hit. I mean, this team could hit any part of the tournament, but this is the type of hitting they're used to.
And they were also the beneficiary in that first game over West Lynn, Oregon, of a lot of mistakes on West Lynn's part, just coming into the tournament and not really able to get anything going there early on. And they actually lost their first 2 games pretty handily.
Yeah, North Dakota scored a bunch of runs in 1 inning against us. We had the lead, I believe, into the 4th inning, and they scored 5 or 6 runs in 1 inning.
And as we just saw there, that seems to be a common theme for them, as they just scored first.
They're scoring bunches.
And reading her up now, looking to get on base here with 1 out. Spins away from that one. Count 1-0.
Reedinger is looking for his call, the third base coach. Probably getting the green light here, 2-0.
Reedinger got a hit in his last at bat.
Ooh, high call there for strike 1.
Yeah, that one was up there a little bit, wasn't it? And the 1-1, or 3-1 is what the scoreboard says, and he's going to go walking. And we're a little confused up here because
really
it looked
confused.
like he called strike on that. Did he not?
Did he call strike?
It looked like the one before he called a strike. Yeah, it looked high and in to me.
Yeah. So.
Not too sure about that. I thought the scoreboard was off.
Yeah,
but
no,
apparently, what happened was I guess he walked.
Because that was only 3 straight pitches.
Well, just keep in mind, it is volunteers working.
No,
here.
absolutely. No. We're just thinking for the scoreboard, we're just a little confused here.
As that one goes for strike 1.
Good pitch there.
I've heard a couple coaches complaining about the scoreboard throughout this tournament, and you know you gotta know in your mind what the count is.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't rely on the scoreboard as a coach.
That's what we just did there. We got to do the same thing up here in the booth. Little dribbler. Oh, he's gonna beat it out.
And look at that. That'll be runners on first and second with 1 out, so
Coach,
they're back in business.
You're telling us you bunted. He really didn't try to bunt there. A little dribbler in front of the catcher. Gets on safely.
Number 7, Knowles, is a great bunter. He's shown that throughout the tournament. As a matter of fact, he bunted against us 2 times for base hits.
And that's going to bring up Cade Feeney. And Feeney obviously pitching for Bismarck. Looking to help out his own cause here with runners on first and second.
One out here, man on first and second. Bismarck up by 4. Let's see if New Jersey can stop the bleeding here in the bottom of the second.
And the 1-1. Feeney hits this one over to the third baseman. He's going to throw it all the way across the first.
Wow,
Gets him.
great play to end the inning.
So
Let's
that'll
take
end
a look
things
at that.
See a replay on that one.
Yeah, please do. I'm in shock. Let's see if that stayed. See if he made a good play on the ball here at third. See it from the third base side view. And the pitch. And good play there by third baseman. Tags third, throws it over the first base.
Good call by the ump, too.
Puts out at first. We'll be right back for the top of the third.
And back here at Bullens Field, right now it is a 4-0 ball game. Bismarck leading over Atlantic Shore, New Jersey, your 2015 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series champion.
Number 0, Alex Sakis up the bat. Ball there called high. Let's see, up the pitch. Still Freeney's up, having a good game so far. Only 1 hit given up through 2. And the second pitch there.
And
strike 1.
Sakis only having 3 at-bats so far in this tournament, 4 after the last one, and not having much luck up there at the plate.
Let's see what he can do here. That was a great pitch there by Feeney, sorry. Sakis looking for a pitch to hit here, 1-1. Dribbler up the first base side. Easy put out there for Hansen.
Does it get any easier than that if you're a first baseman?
Not
right
at
there?
all. You don't have to move.
I mean, that thing just bounced right up into his glove, so an unfortunate part of the field to hit to there.
Christmas came early right there.
Absolutely. That's one of those plays if you're Brunswick, North Dakota. You don't need those plays. You're up 4. You don't need any easier of a play at first, and Hansen got it. And the pitch here to Kevin Foreman.
That's a nice play right there.
Wow, great play. Let's take a replay of that one. That's just called guts and determination there by the pitcher.
Quick reaction.
Let's see.
Goes diving into the dirt. And as you said, a quick reaction really needed to be able to make a play like that. And
a one-hopper right before him.
The hand-eye coordination required to make that is outstanding.
But you know what? At this age level, you don't usually see this. Calm, cool, collective, grabbed the ball and tossed it over.
Lots of guys that get up all nervous and shaken up by that, and they'll throw it away.
And Feeney
got up,
did not.
Super cool, and threw it over to first base.
And yeah, it's a lot easier to look at it up from our vantage point that he's going to be able to get up and know exactly what's going on. But when you're down there in the dirt, you don't know exactly what the runner's position is. You don't know if you need to be hurrying to make that
Gabe
play.
Donahue with a hit to second baseman, dropped by the second, over to first, safe. Ooh, that's a
Nice
very
try. Way to stick with that second base.
Good play there by second baseman. Stick with it, coach. Let's take a look at that one. That was a tight play at second by Weekum.
And it's going to bring up Santa Maria.
Anthony Santa Maria up to bat. What a great name. I love that first name.
5 for 16.
Ooh, close call there at first.
Yeah, we did check. He's not on the all-name team. There are some better names out there.
I like the name. I mean, I
like it too.
I'm a little biased because I am an Anthony too.
It's not a name you see every day, that's for sure.
Strike in there called.
He's 1/3 of the ships that Christopher Columbus came in over to America.
0-1 count pitch here by Feeney. Looking the runner over at first. And the 0-1 popped up to right field. Gets under it, puts out there by Dahmers. And that will be the end of the top of the third inning. We'll be right back for the bottom of the third inning of action. Well, Bismarck is up to bat here in the bottom of the third. It is a 4-0 ball game. One hitter going here for Bismarck. Let's see if Cade Feeney can do his own work here and make some magic for himself as a pitcher and get on base here.
Shout out over to our guys at the Easton Hit Lab. You can see them over down the first base line there. Of course, Easton Hit Lab over there cooking up some dingers in the test out your bat there.
That's Steve Sutton down there, our local Easton rep. He's a Westfield resident.
So you can go out there and...
I wish they had that when I was playing. I was a catcher and who bat 11th if they could. I could play good in the field. I just couldn't hit. That's a big guy, too. You would think I could hit. All the coaches, oh, he can hit and play. No, I could not hit.
We've had all kinds of cool stuff here along with that Easton Hit Lab throughout the week. We actually had this past Thursday the 2013 World Series trophy made a stop here.
Yeah, that was always cool to see as a Red Sox fan.
I believe Casey Bellamy, the female hockey player, is going to be here with her gold medals tonight at some point.
And the pitch in the dirt. Ball 1.
And, of course, we do have, as you mentioned, later on tonight, we have a game to play later on tonight at 7 o'clock. So we're also looking forward to bringing you that action as well.
Satchis is still on the mound here for Atlantic Shore. Ball 2, pitched, 2-0 count.
That game later going to be the Battle of the Tries, Tri-Valley versus Tri-County.
Don't get them mixed up. That's not going to happen, right?
No, I hope not. I'm not the one doing play-by-play, though, so it does give me a little bit of a
The
more
pitch,
of a hope.
drived up the middle. Good play there by a shortstop, getting dirty. But the throw gets the first baseman off the bag, safe at first. No outs, man on first. That could have been an easy bang-bang play at first, just an errant throw to the first baseman to have him leave the bag.
Just going hard right out of the box when he hit that.
Want to remind everybody to check out WestfieldWorldSeries.com as we get down to the end of this thing, as we prep for our final game tomorrow and the game later on tonight at 7. You can check that out for everything you need to stay up to date.
Sorry, that was Hansen who's up. Hansen was up. Now it's Luke Dahmerst is up, number 20. And the pitch. Ball 1, outside corner. Good pitch there. Just couldn't bite it.
So as much as the weather was a story in the first few days of this tournament, today it's a non-factor, basically.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Little windy. Sakis with a pickoff play at first, but a little windy. I like it, Coach. You like playing in this weather?
Perfect weather today. The past couple of days, no.
No,
thanks.
no. Feeling like 105 out.
Rain delays and people passing out, and it's not fun.
Yeah, it's not fun for the players either. I mean, they love playing this game, but when it feels like 105 and you're playing this very physical sport, we got a little dribbler going out into left field. Man on first and second with no outs. Deja vu all over again.
I was actually out earlier today working on the field with Michael Roundy, and despite all the rain that we've had, the field is quite dry.
That's good.
Really dusty.
It has had a chance to dry out, exactly, and as you said, almost a little dusty even. I mean, which is actually comes as a surprise given what we've seen the past few days.
They did have the sprinklers on earlier, just to wet down a little bit.
Weakum up the bat.
Well, it's easier to put water on it than get water off it, as they say. So.
Yeah, we found out the hard way this week.
Oh, good bunt there. Save called. Let's take a look at that one. That looked like a good play there by the pitcher. He's yelling into his glove right now. Can we take another look at that one? No? Okay. Bases loaded. Play at third safe. Deja vu all over again from the first inning. Bismarck's threatening once again.
Close play. The umpire was right there to make the call.
Oh, absolutely.
And a huge situation right here now for Atlantic Shore to contend with, as they're already down 4-0.
Miller with the first pitch, drives it out to left field. You got one in, and you stop the other one at third. Good base running there by Dahmerst, and good third base coaching by the coach from Bismarck, North Dakota.
And needless to say, you're walking in some pretty dangerous territory right now against this Bismarck team if you're Atlantic Shore, New Jersey. I mean, you come in now 5-0. Bases are loaded with 0 outs. And not to mention, this team can really swing the stick.
So, Coach, do you like this only catcher-pitcher meeting here? Do you like when your catcher comes out to try to calm down the pitcher?
It depends on the situation. I think right now is a good situation just to calm things down and slow it down a little bit. You got Bismarck that has some momentum going on right now, and just to stop in the action somehow, whether it's a coach coming out or the catcher going out.
At this level, do you like when the catchers just go out on their own? Or
Sure.
Yes,
We
okay.
we leave it up to our guys. If he throws a pitch and it's not the pitch that he called, go out there and call timeout. Go out there and discuss it and find out what happened.
Okay. Alexander Krug up the bat, bases loaded. Let's see what he can do here. Infield playing in.
And as we said, this isn't necessarily a guy who's going to really be able to hit it out there. So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays this one.
But it's all about bat speed. Let's see what he can do. Ball 1.
And Sakis is really having some trouble out there right now, as with the bases loaded, he really needs to.
Number 8 hitter in the lineup. He might be looking at a squeeze here, maybe.
Yeah, and with Krug, you got a smaller guy out there. And Sakis has a really small strike zone to deal with. Dribbler. Out at home, still bases loaded. We got one out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 1 run already in. 5-0 here for Bismarck.
That was a nice play by Foreman coming across the infield to make that play.
Smart play there, throwing it home. And you would always think at this level they'll throw the first, but you got to play at home, easy out there. Good play, not trying to turn 2 either.
And you would like to see 2 in that situation. Maybe not given where the hit was, but I mean, you're hoping going into that hitter, a weak hitter, that you're going to be able to get a double play there.
Mason Langang up.
Still in a very dangerous situation with Langang up.
Langang, a member of the all-name team here at the Babe Ruth World Series.
One thing I'm going to have to check out, we have that, we've been talking about the all-name team, the all-hair team. I want to see if there's any that are on both. That's what I want to know.
And dribbler, foul, 3rd base side.
Atlantic Shores have the, or Atlantic Shore rather, has the infield in just to cut down any runs. They can't afford any more runs here.
I would think with 1 out you'd be in double play formation in the infield, but I might be wrong.
Well, I think with the older kids, maybe that's an option. But with the younger kids, the 14-year-olds, I think the play is going to be at the plate.
Deep drive out to center field. Good play there. It's going to be a chance at home. Play at the plate. Oh, great throw there by the center fielder. Wow.
And Weekham almost looked like he was about to go for it, and then he saw how fast that thing was sailing in and thought better of it.
Alejandro Rosario almost gunned down a player at home. That was an unbelievable arm by the center fielder.
And Weekham's lucky he wasn't a little further out there at that point.
Yeah. Weekham was smart to turn back, listen to his coach. You could actually hear him from up here to come back.
But the bad news is now we are at the top of the order if you're Atlantic Shore, as Skylar Riedinger is up.
Riedinger's up. Riedinger had a hit early in this game, 1 for 1 in the 1st inning, and a base on balls.
He's the top of the order. He's not necessarily going to be your power guy here. Doesn't have many RBIs or anything like that. But
your contact guy is going to get contact on the bat. Ball there, 1-1. 2 outs. You got to get out of this inning, only allowing 1 across and having bases loaded for quite a while here in this inning.
Well, you got to look at that as a win if they get out of this one, only giving up 1 run after the bases being loaded this many times.
In the final out, put out there by third. Nice drive there to third base. Nice put out there up the third baseline. We are here on the BRN Network and WSKB 89.5 FM radio for the Western Masters. We'll be right back to the top of the floor. C.J. Brown up to bat, the shortstop here for Atlantic Shore. We're here on the top of the 4th on the BRN Network and 89.5 WSKB. Let's see what they can do here. We're getting some last pitches and warm-ups. A throwdown, Coach, you got something for us?
Yeah, let's go over the umpires. The behind the plate is going to be Dennis Cobb from Stanton, Virginia. First base is going to be crew chief John Tennant from Longview, Washington. This is actually his 15th World Series he's done. Out of second base, Donnie Singleton from Pittsfield. He was I checked that. That's not Donnie Singleton. That's Rich Pothier from North Adams. And the third base ump is Joe Vashek from right here in Springfield.
And the first pitch in there for strike 1 from Feeney to Riedinger.
So it sounds like you got some local guys and some guys who made quite the trek to get up here for this thing.
And a drive out to center field. The center fielder is going to try to make a play and does not. Misplays the bounce. Riedinger rounds first and just stays at first.
That's a situation right there where you almost have to make up your mind if you're going to try to get out the bounce or dive for it, because he was really in that area in between where there's not much you can do.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, the outfield grass is kind of long here at Bullens, so you're safe to go after it with nobody else on base. You know, make the play. If it gets by you, well, maybe you'll give up an extra base.
Jimmy Pasquale's up. Pitch up high, ball 1.
Yeah, if he charged at that thing, maybe with a little earlier and a little more haste to him, maybe he could have dove for that thing. But
and the pickoff play at first. Ooh, almost caught him leaning there.
Yeah, speaking of the umpires, the umpire selection process, the host city nominates, I believe, 3 umpires.
Pop fly in foul territory, out of play.
They nominate 3 umpires, and then Babe Ruth International brings the rest of the crew in from around the country. So the 3 that we have is Joe Vaschek from Springfield, Donnie Singleton from Pittsfield, and Rich Pothier from North Adams. So the 3 local guys.
The pitch up the middle, second baseman stabs it over the shortstop, trying to turn 2, and does. Great play there by the infield. Riedinger, Weekum, and Hansen, and a great pitch there by Feeney to force the double play there. 2 outs early in the top of the 4th.
Taylor made double play right there to the second baseman.
Yeah, you see the runner shaking his head as he comes off. That's got to be a little bit demoralizing if you're Atlantic Shore. I mean, you're down 5 runs right now. It's too early to say that you start to get to the must get a run innings, because it's only the top of the 4th. But as this game progresses, you know, it's only a 7-inning game. You got 5 runs to make up. You're going to have to do it at some point, and a double play is not helping your cause.
Especially when you thought you had something going with a leadoff hit.
At most in 1 inning, we've had Atlantic Shore only have 4 batters up, and in Bismarck, at least in 2 innings, you've seen 7 batters up for their team.
And Coach, you talk about how, you know, they thought they had something going because they had to hit. That was only their 2nd hit of the game as well. So when those hits aren't coming as fast as you'd like them to, that can be even more crushing as they're still trying to look to get the bats going here.
Ball 3 in the dirt. See if Feeney can throw a good one right down the middle. I don't think he's going to have green light fury here.
Putting the hits together key at this point.
Good pitch right down the plate.
And, you know, we've seen for some of these teams, they're able to figure it out midway through the game, and all of a sudden there's an offensive explosion, and it kind of turns into a slugfest for both sides. But then again, we've also seen teams go against this Bismarck team that just can never find it, and we saw that with West Lynn when they got shut out.
Fury swings at the 3-2 pitch. I was surprised he didn't get the stoplight there. 3-2 pitch there, in. Dribbler to the second baseman. It's going to get out into right field. Good hit there for Fury for the 3rd hit of the ball game for Atlantic Shore.
And Fury, a guy who obviously a great pitcher. He's been a little lackluster at the bat through so far in this tournament. He's able to grab one there, and great job to be able to get on base and keep this thing going.
Well, just looking at the scoreboard and doing the math. Down 5-0 in the, top of the 4th inning here?
Yes, 5-0 top of the 4th.
You only have 4 innings left, so you're going to have to score multiple runs in at least one of these innings coming up.
Alejandro Rosado's up to bat, number 1, the center fielder who had the arm almost gunned down a base runner on 3rd. And the pitch over to shot in the gap in between right and center, and a good play there by the right fielder to run over, grab that one, call off the center fielder, and that will do it for the top of the 4th here at Billy Bullens Field on the BRN Network and WSKB 89.5. And we're back here at the bottom of the 4th inning. You see our
mad scientists over there at the Easton Hit Lab.
So what do they do, Coach, in the Easton Hit Lab? I don't know if you've got a chance to go over there yet this week.
I did. I looked at it on opening night while we were waiting for the ceremonies. He's got his new line of bats. The 2017 baseball and softball bats are down there. And you have the opportunity to take some swings off a batter. You know, it's a soft toss batter. But take some swings, see how you like the bats. And, you know, he even offered to let some of these guys play and use them in the games if they wanted to.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, but I don't think any of them took that opportunity.
As a coach, you want them to take that opportunity, or you want to have them have a bat they're comfortable with?
Comfortable bat.
Okay.
Yeah, no new bats out there. Not changing anything.
No new bats, no new gloves, no new nothing when
Nope.
you're here at the Babe Ruth World Series.
Yeah.
Looking at the structure of that thing over there, I wonder how many little kids have walked over there disappointed that it's not a bouncy castle.
We thought it was a bounce house opening night.
The Easton has bouncies now? Man, where was that when I was a kid?
That's where I used to be at these games. When my brother was in Little League and I was just a little kid, I would be over in the bouncy house.
Knowles up to bat, number 7, Darren Knowles. Let's see what he can get from pitch. Ooh, inside, ball 1.
And Knowles so far in this game has got himself a run and a hit, so he was part of that big offensive flurry.
See what he can do here in the pitch. Bunt in, but strike called.
Coach, what do you think about the bunt in this situation with 0 outs, no runners on?
Well, you know, I'm not sure that was an honest attempt at a bunt because it's number 7, Knowles.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially a guy who can hit the ball, too.
He is a really good bunter. We've seen a bunt a number of times in this tournament, and he's gotten on base just about every single time.
Sankis.
So, you know, to get a guy on base, yeah, that's the right move, I guess.
Sankis with the pitch, 2-1 count. See what he can do here. 2-0 delivery. Up high, swung over to second baseman. Easy play there. Bang, bang play at first. And that will be the first out of the inning.
You know, the longer the tournament goes on, the more the word's going to get out that number 7's a bunter. So,
Yeah.
you know, it may have worked out early in the tournament, and now he's got to, you know, go back to swinging the bat and trying to get a base hit.
And you talk about swinging the bat. That was a very high swing by him there. He was able to make the contact on it and get it out there, but swung at a very high pitch on that one.
We're going to see Cade Feeney up to bat. The pitcher. See what he can do here. Let's see if he can make his own, like I've been liking to say, his own money here. See if he can get on base.
And Feeney got on base earlier. He got himself a hit in 2 at-bats. Scored himself a run and a hit.
The 0-1 pitch, the windup, and in the dirt, ball 1, 1-1.
And I was just handed the all-name team for this Babe Ruth World
Oh, and
Series.
this is the official. This is more names than I have. So.
Yeah, it is. It's more than it's on the whiteboard, I'll tell you that.
Just wait till a little later on also when we get into this all-hair team.
Yes,
Yeah, we'll talk about it all together.
And the pitch, outside, ball 2, 2-1.
We'll have to make the comparison and see if there's any double team members
I
here.
think there are. I really think there are.
We'll have to interview him after and ask which is more of an honor, the all-hair team or the all-name team.
The 2-1 pitch, up high, ball 3, 3-1 pitch. Feeney's looking for something. Coach, do you give him a green light, 3-1?
3-1, sure. You know, we talked about it earlier. You're looking for your favorite pitch coming in there, something you can drive.
See what he can drive here. In the pitch, in there for strike 2. Great pitch.
You know, different approach at 3-2 now. You're looking for something anywhere close to the strike zone because that umpire is going to call anything that's close. You know, you certainly don't want to take strike 3.
3-2 count, 1 out. Up the third base line, just foul.
See, going back to this all-hair team, for me, that's something you earn. You grew that yourself. The all-name team, you had no part of it.
That's right.
I mean,
That goes to the parents.
Unless you're Meta World Peace and you changed
That's
your name.
true.
I mean, I don't think you really had anything to do with that. So you should just thank your ancestors on that one, but you didn't get there.
There are a couple nicknames thrown in between the first names and the last names.
And a foul ball, third base side. Third base is trying to make a play on it. And foul off the roof.
Just on top of the newly renovated bathrooms.
Oh, man, don't ruin the bath. We've seen a ball go in the bathrooms off of a foul ball.
Ball had to take a bathroom break. As Feeney is still up to bat.
We got new additions going on to the all-name.
There's additions being made to the all-name team as we speak.
Wow. All right, the 3-2 pitch once again out of the foul ball, hitting the bathroom. To Feeney, and the pitch. Little drooper there into right field. Good running catch there by the right fielder, Brown. C.J. Brown with a nice catch there to have the second put out of the inning.
If you look outside the right field fence, there's a bunch of shirtless men walking out to the cages.
Do you know about that?
I do. That's going to be the Tri-County Maine All-Stars.
I could delve into that story if we have a moment.
Yes, we knew about that story because we had them last game, so I'll let Devin do that story.
So basically what happens is they had a game one time against Rhode Island. It was in a tournament, and the Rhode Island team was taking forever for BP, and they needed to get in there to do BP. So what happens?
Drive out to left field. Could this be the third out? And that will be a third out.
We'll stay on for a second just to tell this story really quick. So basically what happens, they got to get this Rhode Island team out of here so they can take BP. So Rhode Island, grudgingly leaves. They start taking their BP. Rhode Island's watching them through the bushes, just trying to, look at their numbers,
taking down their numbers. I got the same story. I was there. It was in Burlington, Vermont last year.
Yeah, and so basically what happens is they all take their shirts off. They can't see the numbers with their shirts off. What are you going to do? Tell them apart by their freckles or something? No. So
they beat Rhode Island in a big way in that game, and that's been their tradition ever since.
Yeah, so it's a superstitious tradition there that they take their shirts off.
Matter of fact, they were working out at the batter's box here in Westfield the other day, and the first thing they did was take their shirts off inside the batter's boxes. Tim Kelleher was looking at him like, what is going on with these guys?
We're going to stay here on the BRN network and WSKB 89.5. So we got a substitution going on here. Reed Dinger's going to come in for 0, which is actually that's the wrong team. Sorry about that. Sorry, back here now. We got a substitution. Coach, you got that?
Yeah, it's going to be Eric Greenling coming in. His number 12 is going to be batting for Alex Sakis.
All right, while we have a couple seconds, let's go over the all-hair and a little bit of the all-name team, too. So let's have Devin, because he has the all-hair team on him right now.
As you read it off, I'll cross-reference it with the all-name team.
The all-hair team is a little smaller than the all-name team, too. So while we're doing this, we do have a batter up right now that we will keep you monitored on as well.
We do have a game.
We still got a game going on here, guys.
And so Middle Atlantic is going to try to see if they can chip away at this lead with Gannon Brady now at the plate. But so the all-hair team starts off Sam Theodore out of Arlington, Colin Hageman out of Janesville, Michael O'Hara from Tri-County, as that one goes for ball
O'Hara.
one. O'Hara.
That's a good one.
Satch Harris, who I believe is actually on the all-hair team. Oh, the all-name team maybe. Satch Harris out of Mountain Home.
He's a double dipper, yes.
This one gets me. Donnie Morehouse is the broadcaster all-hair team, and I feel like I got snubbed. I mean, my hair, it's the middle of summer. It's not the greatest right now. Give me a break. Let me go down to the hair place.
I'll tell you what, Ryan Morehouse, his kid who was on our team, is not going to be very happy with that selection.
And continuing with this list, Liam Riley and Liam Niles, both out of Portland. Cade Nelson out of Sarasota, and Tommy Guello out of Tri-Valley, who will be playing later. So
let's get back to some baseball, not here. Most of these guys are probably hockey players, too.
The only one on both lists there was Satch Harris out of Mountain Home, Arkansas.
As this one is hit deep, and the catch there in left field made. So after the 3-1 count, that'll be the first out of the top of the 5th inning for you, as coming up to bat now is number 12.
Good play there by Knowles, the King Bunner, and the good left fielder here for this Bismarck home team.
So we have Eric Greenling coming out, who is not in the lineup. I think he's coming on as...
Yeah, big guy, first baseman coming in.
Yeah, he's an underscore on big guy there. This guy has got to be at least trending upwards of 6
feet. And we're calling him a guy. We're 20 years old up here, and we're calling him a guy, and he's 14 years old.
Yeah, he's one of the tallest guys in this whole tournament.
Yeah, it's just...
California may have one or two a little bit taller, but he's
still
up there.
He's still a kid.
He's 14.
He's still a kid.
And it's translated well for him as far as the stats go. He's 5 for 19, and you would think he'd have a little bit more going for him. 3 RBIs. He's 19 at bats. He's up there with the most at bats.
The Atlantic Shore team is absolutely a defense and pitching team, and he gets called looking there on the 1-2 pitch. Good pitch there by Feeney.
So unable to unload the cannons on that one, that is going to bring up Kevin Foreman.
So, Coach, if you're Bismarck, are you thinking strategy going for the next game, or are you just worried about this game, trying to get the final outs?
Well, you have to win this one. You have to win this one. That's my philosophy. You gotta worry about the game you're in to advance.
And a bunt here. It's gonna just be foul.
You know, they did sub for Alex Sakis, the pitcher. I'm not sure if Greenling's going to stay in the game or Sakis may go back in the game.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to watch because, yeah, as I was looking down, Greenling was not in the lineup previously, so we'll see if that continues.
Also be interesting if Feeney's going to stay in the game after this 4th inning because we have a 7-rule pitching rotation here for the Babe Ruth World Series. You only can pitch 7 innings within 2 games.
And the pitch to Foreman. And he swung at that one, I believe.
So what's the rule on the catcher asking for the first base side or third base side for the call?
And he didn't swing. I just want to say there's.
Assuming there's a check swing, you can ask the umpire down either line, depending on if it's a right-handed batter or left-handed batter, if he saw a swing.
1-1.
They have a good angle coming down the line to see if he came through the strike zone. And
I just didn't know if the catcher had to ask the umpire beforehand or.
Well, you're basically asking the home plate umpire if you can ask for help.
And this one is hit.
Oh, good.
Over to the shortstop. That one to throw to first. Got him.
Ooh,
and that's going to end things for the top of the 5th inning.
Hanson with a great stretch over there at first base. Ringdinger with a nice throw.
But your score is going to stay 5-0 here. Bismarck over Atlantic Shore. You are watching the Babe Ruth Network. We'll be right back at you with the bottom of the 5th inning here from Bullens Field. And back here bringing you the bottom of the 5th inning from Bullens Field as Bismarck is going to be back up with their bats, looking to go up even further. They're up 5-0 right now in the bottom of the 5th inning. Devin Bates alongside Anthony Swenson and Bob Eck, as well as Rick Berry and Pete Coles and Bill Oniski helping in the tech department behind us.
So, Coach, we've got some substitutions. We have the walkie-talkie up here, but some of these coaches speak so fast for the substitutions. It's just like this number in for this number, and it's just
They do. It looks like C.J. Brown, number 7, is going to be on the mound.
We're glad we have a coach translator up here.
Absolutely.
Eric Greenling, who pitched for Sakis, is going to be going to first base, and Jimmy Pasquale is going from first base out to right field.
And here's Dahmers up to the plate.
Good pitch in there. It looked like a breaking pitch. Right off the table there for strike.
And as you said, C.J. Brown now pitching. He's pitched 5 innings in this tournament and no starts. He's got handed the loss, and his ERA is 5.6.
Oh,
so
fair ball.
This one is hit fair, and Greenling over to first base. He rounds for second. He's going to go, and he'll be safe at second with a double.
Good base running there. Saw the left fielder didn't have the ball yet and slid in safely at second. It seemed like the third baseman Foreman thought that was going to be foul off the bat.
So C.J. Brown has been, shaky at times, as I said, with the 5.6 ERA. It's going to be interesting to see how he holds up here as he's facing a prolific Bismarck offense.
Yeah, you might see a bunt here to get that runner over to third base.
You see the infield coming in.
And holds up on that one does Connor Weekham, the second baseman.
High. See what he does here. That was high, and then you still see the teams in the back getting ready for the next game. We do have a next game. Devin Bates, Mike Drew on the call.
1-0 pitch here. Swing and a miss on that one. Count now even at 1-1. Runner on second base. 0 outs here. Bottom of the 5th inning.
Dahmers at second, threatening the steal.
And they're checking over.
Oh, ball gets into center field. Dahmers does not have enough time to run over the third. Smart move to stay.
Yeah, smart move to stay. I think maybe if he got to jump on it right away, he could have gotten that one.
Now, the old rule of thumb, you don't want to make the first or the last out at third base.
There you go. What will it, if it's at home? It's the last out at home.
Last out. That's fine then.
That's fine then.
He's
Any other base, you're fine.
And a 1-1 to Weekum.
I had to ask that.
That one goes for a strike. The count now 1-2.
So as we're talking about coaches lingo there for a second, we've been having me and Devin. They like to say they have to have the Swenson version of Rosetta Stone to understand me. With coaches, you got a coach's editions of Rosetta Stone.
It's an unwritten one.
And that one will go up high. The count is 2-2 now.
They're on the making of Scrabble, trying to make some words that I've made up during my broadcasting career.
Maybe I could do that in my free time now that we're not coaching anymore. Put one together.
Absolutely.
And that pitch will advance us to a full count.
Good bat here by Weekum. Battling back, making it full from a 0-2 count. See what it can do here.
Brown up against a tricky hitter here early. Thrown a lot of pitches already just to Weekum alone. As this one is hit over into shallow right, and that'll be an easy catch right there. So that'll retire Weekum after the long at bat, and it will bring up Luke Dahmers, the right fielder. Still runner at second, 1 out. Bottom of the 5th inning, up 5-0.
Cameron Miller is up.
Oh yeah, Cameron Miller, excuse me.
Hi there. Cameron Miller, one of the bigger guys on the team. The catcher, unbelievable catcher. He can really block the plate very well with his size alone. Hasn't had a lot of wild pitches get by him throughout this tournament. Coach, was Miller behind the plate when you played them?
I don't remember. I don't remember who the catcher was. I believe he made a great play on an overthrow at first base to throw one of my runners out at second base.
Oh, wow.
I took a lot of heat for that as the first base coach.
Miller 5 for 15. 4 singles and a double. And 8 RBIs, the headline here. Looking to pick up number 9.
Good
And this
ramp.
one is hit into deep center, shallow center, I should say. The throw back over to second is wild, but it goes back to the pitcher, and he will halt at second. But that one looked for a second like it was going to get ripped into deep center.
You still got that runner stranded at second with 2 outs. You saw at the beginning of the inning a double right off of when C.J. Brown came in the game, and this Atlantic Shore team, 2 quick outs here after that double. Let's see what they can do here. Let's see if they can shut down the bottom of the lineup. Krug's up.
Yeah, Krug, a guy, as we saw, came up when the bases were loaded a few innings ago, and unable to do much up there today. We'll see if he's got anything for us here.
So I like to say for coaches, you either get all the blame or no fame off of a play.
Exactly.
So let's see what they can do here.
And this one is hit into shallow center field.
Center fielder calling it.
And the center fielder calls it, and he catches it as Dahmers will be unable to score on that one. And that'll end the bottom of the 5th inning. And we will be right back from Bullens Field. You are watching the Babe Ruth Network. And back live with you from Bullens Field in Westfield, Massachusetts at the 2016 Babe Ruth 14-year-old World Series. Devin Bates alongside Anthony Swenson and Coach Bob Eck of the Westfield team. And right now up to bat we have Gabe Donahue. So top of the order here.
Dave Donahue, the left fielder. Let's see what he can do here. Swing, strike one.
Yeah, swing and a miss on strike one there. Really hacking at that one.
You know, Cade Feeney still on the mound, cruising along here, only giving up 3 hits.
Donahue was 0 for 2 at the plate, 1K. See if he can make a change here and get a base hit.
And Feeney doing, as you said, a great job on the mound.
Feeney still up on the mound, 5th inning pitched. Like Coach said, you want to win this game, but you don't know if there's any not gamesmanship, but any games that get played by Bismarck with having a 5-run lead. Yes, you want to win this game, but sometimes you want to save some pitchers for the later games.
Well, at this point, he's into his 6th inning, so he only gets 7 innings in 2 consecutive games. So if they were to take him out after this inning, he'd only be able to pitch 1 inning the next game. So if it was me, my decision, I'd leave him in and win this game.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, you're up 5-0 right now. He's
pitching a gem.
Very good out there, as swing and a miss once again as he hacks at 3 of those pitches. I mean, he was really looking for some of those.
I like to call that a knee-buckling curveball there. Unbelievable. Hit the dirt. The batter didn't know what to do with that last pitch.
Yeah, we're running out of time to go over this all-name team.
Oh, yeah.
You really want to get this all-name team.
I do. I've been looking at it.
Go ahead, work it in there as we go through the top of the 6th inning here. As
we'll start with the guys that are playing in this game. The Atlantic Shore, Alex Sakis. The pronunciation is Say-Kiss. And it said all he needs is an X on his jersey because he wears number 0, so it'd be a hug and a kiss.
Tony Santa Maria is on the all-name team.
And it says right here his sisters' names are Nina and Pinta.
Oh,
really?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow,
yes.
the more you know. That's
absolutely.
That was a handwritten addition to this, so I'm not sure if that's
probably not factual. Well, we're going to have to check.
Facts.
Another Atlantic Shore guy.
Can we get some fact checkers out?
Number 10, JJ Spots.
And he will go down swinging on that one. So with 2 outs in the inning as Gabe Donahue and Anthony Santamaria go down swinging.
We're sending our good friend Rick Berry to go get some fact checks for us.
CJ Brown
I'm going to guess no chance.
Yeah, we just hear laughs from the other room. I'm guessing that's a no. You write it down, we say.
Don't believe anything right now. So Tony Santamaria's sisters are not named Nina and Pinta.
As this one is...
A couple other guys in this game for Bismarck. Mason Langang.
Langang, I like that name. And up the bat, brown hair. Let's see the pitcher. Let's see if he can do something with the ball.
As that one swung down low, the count will now be 1-2 with 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning.
2 quick outs.
Another guy, number 7, Darren Knowles. It said he hopes to play football at Florida State.
I don't think that's true, but
high hopes.
I'm just reading what it says, guys. We did.
It's all up to you, Coach.
I got it.
As this one hit over to third base and unable to grab that one, so we're going to have a single here.
Line game with a nice try there. I thought he was going to go for a diving stop there, but only a base hit there for Brown.
Home plate umpire, guys, is on this list, too. Dennis Corn Cobb.
Oh, so his name is Dennis Cobb.
His name is Cobb.
All right, I was going to say, if his last name is Corn Cobb, these are faking me out a little bit here.
There are some guys from the Midwest, so, that might be.
Jimmy Pasquale is up. I love the last name Pasquale.
That's a good one.
Absolutely.
It's actually a pizza place in Westfield is named that. I'm not sure if they're still in business, but I do remember.
Pasquale's is still open.
I do recall ordering from there one time.
Us Eastern Masters order from random places around the town while we're on campus. Me and Devin, yes, are students at Westfield State University.
Count is now 1-0.
So let's see what we can do here. Man on first, 2 outs. You got 2 quick outs here by Bismarck while we're going over.
There are a couple guys that are playing tonight for the Tri-County Maine team. Rodney Bean. It says his middle name is LL. I highly doubt it.
This is killing
that's what
me.
it says.
This is killing me. We got a semifinal game, and we have an all-name team. Awesome. I love it.
A couple more Tri-County guys. Janik Lushka, number
That's a good
24
one. He's
for
a great player
Tri-County
as
Maine.
well.
Yes,
He's
he
actually
is.
pitching tonight for them.
And
Oh,
this one is
deep.
hit deep into left field, and camping under that is the left fielder to make the
Knowles,
out.
the
Knowles-
bunter himself, Knowles, with a nice put out there. Thought there was only 1 out in the inning, and throws it in with a bomb.
So that'll be the 3rd out, and after the top of the 6th inning, still 5-0 Bismarck over Atlantic Shore. You're watching the Babe Ruth Network and listening on 89.5 FM WSKB. We'll be right back. And back here with the bottom of the 6th inning as Bismarck is back up to bat, and Atlantic Shore cannot afford to give anything up here. And we would like to thank 97.3 ESPN for following this game as well, giving those guys down there in Atlantic Shore a little update on what's going on here in the action.
Absolutely, and it's still anybody's game. And we're not talking about the major leaguers, and Coach has something about Major League coming up next in the little later in this inning. But at one point, it's only 5 runs, and at this age, anything can happen in one inning.
Yeah, these guys can score a lot of runs at one time. Any of these teams, any of the 12 teams that are in this tournament, can put runs together in a hurry.
And absolutely, and lately they've only gave up 1 run, and that was in the 3rd inning. And I mean, this team has been pitching very well lately. Had a man on second after a great double out into center field, and shut it down. 3 quick outs. Now they're pitching back in the field. C.J. Brown still pitching.
Mason Linegang up to bat now, facing a 1-1 pitch. Third at bat today as this one is down the third base line. He'll go for a base hit, his first of the day, and he will hold up at first base with a single there to get things rolling for Bismarck with no outs.
Yeah, just going down the all-name team here for Tri-County tonight. Mike Bonang, that's a good one. We just had a late addition for the Wesleyan, Oregon team. He's the center fielder, leadoff batter. Jacob Vu.
And the Oregon team took a bus ride out to New York City for the Yankees, Brooklyn.
Sitting at Yankee Stadium right now. And Mike Smith up here in the press box is wondering if Jacob has a good Vu from the right field bleachers.
Mike Smith, the master of the puns over there. Master
Is it one of your coaches out there, too?
I believe Coach Dan Lucia may be at Yankee Stadium today. I know he was talking about it.
As there's an 0-1. And it's kind of interesting that they choose to go to Yankee Stadium when they're in Westfield. I mean, I guess when you're from Oregon, it is close when you can consider that you're never really going to be out in Westfield again.
I'll tell you, the Oregon team went out to Fenway the other day.
Oh, okay.
They weren't able to see a game, but they did take a tour of the whole stadium.
So they're just living it up out there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They're staying the whole time. I think they're going home Friday.
Oh, nice.
They were eliminated yesterday or 2 days ago with us. And
as we get a steal over at second. And
close.
Safe.
Ball bounces in the dirt.
Yeah, they're going to stick around and make the most of this trip.
Might as well. I mean, especially from a team from Oregon. This is all very different to them as opposed to, the Arlingtons, Pittsfields. This is all sort of the same area that they're from. But, I mean, those Oregon kids, most of them have probably never been out here.
Making the chance worthwhile.
Yeah, the Arkansas team, there's no kid on the team that's ever been to Massachusetts.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
I got that information from my daughter, who was the liaison for the Arkansas team.
As this one is fouled back, the count now 1-2.
Did each team have a liaison out here?
Each team had a liaison as a kind of a go-to contact person for local information, any changes in the schedule.
Yeah.
Where's the best place to get Chinese food, pizza, whatever.
And they don't know the area at all. They're coming in with a blind eye. All they know is Fenway Park and Yankee Stadium.
Absolutely.
And the pitch to Riedinger, down low. The count will now be 2-2.
So, Coach, of course you're from Western Mass, so of course you must be a Red Sox fan here from the great. I mean, one of your coaches is a Yankees fan. He's from the wrong part of Connecticut. But with you being here from Western Mass, you're a Sox fan, right?
Of course I should be. However, the Bronx Bombers are the team.
The Bronx Bombers. Oh, I love it.
As 2-2 the count. This one is up, and that'll be
Oh,
caught
great
for the
play.
out. Almost looked like it was heading out of play, but able to grab that one
And
there.
those running catches on foul territory, just very trailing the ball. And I mean, here comes a replay here. Let's see what he does. And he has I think he has a jump on it right from the bat, and he does. Takes a nice start over to it and grabs it. Two hands. I know Coach Lush loves two hands. I heard he was yelling out to his outfield almost all tournament long, all season long. Two hands, guys. He hates the one-hand catches.
He was yelling to my outfielders?
Yes.
I'm the outfield
Oh,
coach.
yeah. No, he was saying to anybody he was saying two hands. So.
No, I know. We all, we coach the whole team. We specialize in a couple different positions during practice only.
Oh, nice bunt there by Knowles. And he's in there safely.
So Knowles gets there safe. Line gang advances to third base, and runners on the corners now with one out.
Oh, he could be out at first. Oh,
Looks
he
like
should
he
be
turned
out.
the wrong way.
Oh, what? Ooh, he turned the wrong way there at first. Can we take a replay on that one, please?
It's like his helmet popped off way into fair territory, and he took a turn to get it.
Yeah, he was supposed to call time to the ump.
So we're going to see. That was
He is way in fair territory there. He's supposed to run through the bag and run to the right and foul.
I think the rule may say you have to make an attempt to go to second base.
So, nevertheless, that'll bring up Cade
Yeah,
Feeney.
no, it was just actually the Atlantic Shore team was up in arms over that, but good call there by the official.
And that is going to go for a foul ball.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That point right there with a third base runner took his lead in foul territory.
So let me ask you this. So I've never understood the hit base runner call. So if you get hit by a ball, you're out.
If you get hit by a ball and you're in fair territory as a runner, you're out. By a batted ball, not a thrown ball, a batted ball only. That's why anybody taking a lead off third base takes it in foul territory, because if you take a line drive off the ankle or wherever.
And the steal over at second. He's going to get in
ball.
there safe.
Now double play is out of the picture right now.
A lot of the runners take the lead in fair territory or foul territory and go back in fair territory, trying to block the view of the catcher if he has to make a throw down to third.
So runners will be at second and third base. 1 out, 1 ball, 1 strike to Cade Feeney.
I love this input by coaches. I wish we could have a coach in the booth all the time. You don't get that eye level. You're always in there. You know what's happening during the game.
And the 1-1 to Feeney here with runners on second and third. That one will go down in the dirt.
So if I wasn't up here, I'd be up in the stands thinking all this anyway.
Baseball never leaves your mind.
It's good to have somebody to talk to.
So this Tri-County Maine team, they're just leaving the box. Does the coaches go shirtless too to the
I'm looking at Coach Gary Williamson right now, shirtless, walking up behind the vocational school.
And I actually, as this one is hit foul, it comes to my mind now, actually, now that I think about it. I did see a few shirtless coaches walking around at the beginning of this tournament, and I just said, oh, it's hot out. I guess that makes sense. But
you may not have noticed, they both walked right in front of us earlier in the game on their way down to the cages.
Yeah, and I'm sure people look at him strangely at first, but after they hear the story, it makes complete sense. As a pitch to Feeney.
Oh, hit batter.
Off the noggin.
Of the three of them, I'm not sure any of them have the physique to be walking around with no shirt on. Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, that was my first impression. I'm like, who are these big shots walking in with their shirts off?
I think I'm safe saying that because he's not. I'm looking at him. He's not listening to
He's not
going
to. No. I mean, unless somebody's listening in Tri-County right now to try to see.
I believe they are. They've got a lot of people tuning in.
Absolutely.
Should they win tonight? Should they pull off the upset over the California team? They're going to have a big crowd here tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Oh, and that Tri-County team also.
You got a pitching change coming on right now.
Yeah, we're going to have a pitching change here. That Tri-County team brings a lot of fans with them. We saw them directly in front of us in the last game that Anthony and I did yesterday, and that Tri-County team brought a lot of fans.
They're all sporting the red shirts, and they've got the cowbell going.
Yeah, that's the other thing is they were playing Janesville, so I figured that Janesville team was the one ringing
Nebraska,
the cowbell.
Yeah.
We're just notified by Peter Coles. We have 207 people watching us or listening to us right now.
Bases loaded.
It's not the million we were hoping for, but
Yep. What are you going to do?
Bases loaded once again for Bismarck. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Let's see what they can do here. You got to say a good job to the Atlantic Shore team to make it this far, and only giving up 1 run after that big 4-run inning in the first. Let's see if they can get 2 quick outs here and get down to the top of the 7th and do something. They need to score 5 runs unless they give up more in the top of the 7th.
Hey, let's hit more of the all-name team here.
Coach, you like this all-name team.
I do. Me and Mike Smith have almost similar minds on a lot of this stuff. From the Janesville, Wisconsin team, Micah Overlay. That's one of Mike Smith's favorite.
So let's just put it out there. Mike Smith told us before the game, "Oh, this is just our list." Blah blah blah. Don't really say our names, Coach. You're right out there. Mike Smith made this.
I'm putting it out there. He's proud of it. So why not put a name on it? He's worked hard. Just going down the list, Sarasota, Florida. This guy's out of this world, Mars Moxley.
Mars Moxley.
That's a good one.
I wanted him to hit a home run because my call would be that ball is to Mars.
That would have been awesome.
I mean, that would have been
awesome.
Perfect.
Let's see, Pittsfield. This guy has a walk-up song, Mr. Roboto, Zach Zerbato.
And these might be like, some of these might actually be factual. I would have that walk-up song if I was him.
Yeah, a lot of these, he's pushing it.
Yeah,
this should probably be about a 10-person list.
Yeah, he took the list from us.
Yeah. This next one from Pittsfield is one of my favorite players, Christian Womble. He actually won MVP in 4 out of the 5 games he played here.
Great player from Pittsfield.
As the situation now 1 out, and we have runners on 1st and 3rd.
Gannon Brady's on the mound. Let's see what he can do here. Bases loaded.
Yeah, bases loaded, excuse me.
He has a very tough situation he inherited here.
And Knowles was really drifting out there for a second.
You got everybody in bunt formation here in the infield, and Hansen is up to bat. Hansen is the 4th batter in the lineup. Cleanup. See if you can clean up the base paths here.
Yeah, the infield's in. They're looking to make an out at the plate and cut off a run here.
And that one able to be blocked by the catcher.
It's as a coach, and you have bases loaded, and you have to make a pitching change. What do you say to the pitcher that's coming in, seeing 3 batters on?
Again, get outs and throw strikes. Unless you're a real hard pitcher that can strike somebody out, you're basically coming in to throw strikes.
And 2-0 the count now with the bases loaded. He hits this one into
up
center
the middle.
field, and 1 run is going to score. Line gang running in, and Knowles is going to head towards home. Knowles is running home. It bounces off the first base, and Knowles will be safe.
Is that just mayhem on the base pass, or was there a little confusion there from the first base coach and the third base coach?
Well, I don't know if it was between the coaches, but it was a little sloppy in the defense. A little sloppy.
Let's take a replay here. See, nice hit up the middle. Just a nice drive, hitting the infield. Let's see the base runner at first, rounds first. Saw the errant throw, takes second. The second baseman didn't take off until the guy on first was halfway to second base. So he still scored 2 runs, man on second and third.
I'm sure the first base coach was telling that runner, advance if the guy in front of you goes.
And Dahmers hits it up into left field, so that'll score another one as Feeney runs in. And Dahmers has kind of had himself a game here.
Yeah,
also pitching, and he's also hitting the ball as well.
Luke Dahmers on a day 3 for 3, 1 RBI, and make that 4 for 4 with 2 RBIs. Batting 1,000.
And now up to bat is Weekum.
Weekum on the day so far. Connor Weekum 3 for 1 with no RBIs. So let's see if he can drive the runner in at third. And let's see if the base runner at first, Hansen's on a take. And he does.
And he's going to get over to second.
Nobody's even covering. That's an easy stolen bag there for Hansen.
I think we have Hansen on third. That was Weekum or Dahmers.
Yeah, Dahmers.
I'm sorry, correction. See, I'm a 21st century kid, and I look at my technology and I lie on it more than I should have. Dahmers, Hansen up on the bags.
Weekum is up to bat facing the 1-0 pitch with just 1 out.
Weekum was asking for time, didn't get it.
And that one will drop in there. Ball 2, I believe. No, that goes for a strike. The count 1-1.
I was just taking a look. Luke Dahmers just raised his average up to 600 for the tournament, which is amazing.
Putting his name in there for most valuable player in the tournament.
And the pitch to 1-1 to Weekum. Weekum swings this one right over to the second baseman. The throw at
play at the plate.
And safe at home. That's going to be 8. 8 runs on the board now.
Wow, that was close. Can we take a look at that one, please? Here we go. Coach, let's give the call on this one.
Well, ground ball second base. Field it pretty good. Two steps right to the plate, and looks like he just got in underneath the tag.
Nice slide there. Is that a good slide there for that kind of play?
That was a perfect slide. Sure. He was safe.
So what's
anytime you're safe is a perfect slide.
Talking about slides, what's the slide techniques do you teach?
Well, we don't go over it too much. There's a couple different techniques. Sliding straight into the bag, which you have to do on the bases. It's a new rule this year in Babe Ruth. You have to slide right into the bag. And sliding at home, a lot of guys slide.
And Miller hits this one towards second base.
Oh,
and
double
the
play.
throw to first, the throw over to, and he got him. So
as you saw right there, the kid slid right into second base.
And
Another technique at the plate is sliding wide of the plate and grabbing it with your hand on the way by.
We've seen actually only one kid slide into first. I know that's a very dangerous play at this age group, of course.
So after 6 innings, it is now 9-0 Midwest, which is Bismarck, North Dakota, and Atlantic Shore, nothing. We'll be right back on the Babe Ruth Network. And we are back live from Bullens Field with the top of the 7th inning, sitting at 9-0.
Bismarck 3 outs away from going to the championship game here at the 2016 Babe Ruth World Series.
And the pitch here.
Looking at the line, Bismarck 9 runs on 13 hits.
And that is an offensive explosion.
And only in 3 innings. They've only scored runs in 3 of the 6 innings they've hit in. And that's unbelievable because, I mean, New Jersey's done a great job in the second. Even the third, only giving up 1, fourth, and fifth, giving up scoreless innings as well.
And the 1-1 pitch here, swung on, and this one goes into right field. That's an easy out there.
Line out there to right field.
Krug grabs that one. Excuse me, that was Dahmers. Krug is your center fielder, and Knowles is your left fielder.
And you see the smiles starting to come here for the team from Bismarck.
You were talking about MVP earlier. I guess following the tournament, there's going to be an offensive tournament team, or all offensive team, and all defensive team.
Yeah, and you have to think on the all offensive team. Luke Dahmer, went 4 for 4 in this game, 2 RBIs, and has a batting average of 600 in the tournament.
Well, there's 3 guys in a row in that lineup: Cade Feeney, Connor Hansen, and Luke Dahmer that are really good hitters.
But Coach, at this level, do you ever see a batter bat in 1,000 in a game and 600 throughout the series?
600 throughout a series, yeah. It's rare you see 4 for 4 at this level.
Throw to first from short is out number 2, so down to their final out here. And up to the plate comes Gannon Brady, the second baseman.
So as a coach, you must be saying that's all coaching then.
Well, for my guys, yeah. Yeah, if my guy does it, it's my fault.
Your guy goes 0 for 3, it's your fault. If he goes 4 for 4, it's his turn.
You better get back in the cages, kid.
And this one goes low for a strike. Or ball 1, excuse me. I thought he called strike on that. as we have the shirtless team over there.
No, but that's a different
Wait,
team.
Well, I think that's
Okay,
the California manager just putting on.
Okay,
his game
I was
jersey.
about to say, if they're
That's quite a sight.
Yeah, that is.
That'd be a little
Hey.
counter superstition right there.
Yeah.
If both teams were to shirtless over
Oh,
there.
that wouldn't make Tri-County Maine too happy if they
No,
saw
that
that.
would not.
Those guys walked up with no shirts. Might have a rumble.
And you can't even do a shirts versus skins rumble at that point.
You wouldn't know who's all white pants.
And the count is now 2-2 down to their last strike to Gannon Brady. This one is swung on down the third baseline, foul.
And if you're Saracen, this is the last pitch here, 2-2 count, and you can be going to the finals of the Babe Ruth World Series.
Yeah, before we end this, I just want to give a shout out to Dan Welch, the president of Westfield Babe Ruth, who's put on this whole program. 2 years ago, he signed up to host the Babe Ruth World Series, and he put together a great committee who's worked long and hard and put on this great World Series.
So we're going to have the third place trophy presentation following this game.
Full count pitch here.
Big pitch here for the team from Bismarck, North Dakota. This pitch can bring you to the Babe Ruth World Series finals.
And not quite yet. He'll go walking, and that'll bring up the big man over there, number 12. Eric Greenlee.
Greenlee, the big guy, number 12. See what he can do here. Man on first, 2 outs. Anything's still possible. It is baseball. We've seen crazier things happen.
Anything can happen in the MASCAC, as Anthony would say.
I was saving that. Come on. Our first football game is coming up, and I was saving that. That's my line. I have that trademarked.
Not too long before Westfield State football gets going, huh?
No, the second is our first game.
And that one goes for a ball. The count now 2-0.
You'll hear me, my beautiful voice, and also Devin Bates on the call for that one.
In the 2-0 count pitch, that one fouled away, so 2-1 will be your count.
So, Coach, out of do you play on all 3 fields this week, or just 2 of
we
them?
played on Bullens here, and we had a continuation game up at Westfield State.
What field would you rather play at, Bullens or Westfield during a tournament like this?
Bullens. It's our home field. We're more used to this field. It feels like home.
So
Absolutely.
The count is now 3-1, and Bismarck having a little trouble putting this final out on the board here.
Little jitters going on with 2 outs.
As this one is blooped over, and this game will continue, as that almost looked like it was going to be the final out to Greenling, but he's going to be safe at first after it skipped up over the glove.
So, Coach, if they get one more on, do you have the coaching staff go out there, or one coach go out there just to calm down your infield?
Well, maybe take a walk out there, just make sure everything's good and calm it down. Try to get the last out. Make sure everybody's on board.
There's obviously a lot of cushion here to work with, as getting 9 runs with 2 outs is almost nearly impossible.
I mean, you can't count out the New Jersey team. I mean, they're here. They're here in the semifinals.
Semifinals. They're
yeah,
here.
Absolutely. I mean,
they're
you
here
can't
for a
count
reason.
them out.
As Kevin Foreman up to bat now.
That was an uncharacteristic error by Connor Hansen there.
I think he was thinking about running to the base pass.
He may have been looking at the
it.
bag before he fielded the ball.
You see that a lot at this level in high tension situations.
1-0 the count.
At the knees, strike.
2-1 is now your count. As we'll see this next pitch here be thrown, the 2-1 down low. He works up a 3-1 count.
3-1 count, 2 outs, man on first and second.
And here's the 3-1 pitch. That one is going to be swung on, and that'll
Another
fall
base
for
hit.
a hit.
Another base hit.
And just like that, they're loaded up here with 2 outs, and that is going to bring on the top of the order as well, Gabe Donahue.
And I think you are going to see a coach come out to the mound and calm things down here.
Anything can happen here at the 2016 14-year-old Babe Ruth World Series here at Billy Bullens Field. Bases loaded, 2 outs.
Behind us, guys, we have the manager of the Westfield team, Matt Avery, just stopped in to say hi.
Absolutely.
Say hi, Matt.
Hi, everybody.
Your coaching staff has done a great job here in the booth for the last 2 games. Unbelievable job.
It's good we did something right.
talking like a true manager there.
You guys have done a great job. It's been great to listen to you and watch the games, and it's a great feature to have. You can sit at home and check the status.
Yeah, and I have to sit in the 105-degree weather.
They're asking me to give away a lot of our secrets, and gotta keep some to ourselves.
He's kept close lip there as this one is thrown up for a strike. The count now full. Bases loaded, full count here as Gabe Donahue looking to keep this thing alive for Atlantic Shore. And that one will...
No, that was the second pitch of the bat.
Oh, excuse me. I thought it looked like a full count there. I think it said full count on the scoreboard. But
that was symptoms of being a 21st century kid.
A scoreboard is not 21st century technology. That's 20th century.
Not that one.
Not that one.
As this one is hit up.
Into root seats.
Yeah, we call those the root seats here.
I like how in the root seats you got a little W going on. If you look, you squint a certain way. If the sun's shining on the right way, it's kind
I don't see it.
I remember when that was all dirt and grass.
As this one shot foul.
I'm not going to ask when that was. I think I just got in trouble there from the coach.
You may still have been in elementary school.
And the count is 1-2. 2 outs here, looking to put this thing away as that'll go down for a ball.
I think there's nerves here from the Bismarck team. They just can't put them away. Bases loaded, 2 outs.
Well, I guess the nerves coming now is better than the nerves coming a lot earlier in the game as they're still in a favorable situation, but this one will escape as well. And 1 run will score as this thing just keeps going on. Now 9-1 with the bases still loaded and 2 outs as Anthony Santamaria will come out.
You know, it's not like Bismarck's making errors out there. They're finding holes with the hits. The
Absolutely.
Atlantic Shore team.
And they're going deep into the they haven't really gone deep into the count and to the pitch count during at each at bat, but I've been counting at least 6 to 10 pitches at each at bat for these players on base right now.
And if you're Atlantic Shore, right now you have to be thinking, where was this earlier on when we really needed it?
Right.
I mean, they're still in this game right now.
Shoreson's on the mound. You got a pitching change going on. We thought we'd still see who was on the mound to start the game.
Cade Feeney. That's going to leave Feeney with 1 inning left for the championship game should they hold on here.
Absolutely.
Fouls off another one in the same location as the first pitch, so 0-2 the count.
And Atlantic Shore's showing some great fight, being down 9 runs and 2 outs.
And this one down low for a ball to Santamaria. 1-2 is your count.
Santamaria, let's see what he can do here. Let's see if he can get base clearing double or even triple here.
As this one is popped up over in our direction here.
Oh, I heard that one.
That was a thunker. Anthony was protecting
Make
the
sure everybody
MacBook.
next door is okay. Everybody good out here?
Again, some
I don't know.
comments.
Mike Smith's holding his head. I don't know what that means.
Mike Smith said he was going to be on the all-hair team, the manager of the all-hair team, but that's a suspect call there from the guy who's making the list.
There's enough hair to go around from the rest of the guys. We'll let him have it. He made up the team, so this one is up high for a ball.
2-2. Sorrentino is number 26, and he is number 2 in the lineup. So you got the top of the lineup.
And that'll get him looking as Santamaria goes down. And that'll end things here as the final score 9-1. Bismarck advancing to the final.
Like you said, Bismarck will get to the finals of the Babe Ruth World Series. A 3-year trilogy here for Bismarck, and they make it back to the actually first time into the finals here at the Babe Ruth World Series. What a great accomplishment for all these boys.
Tell you what, Atlantic Shore's got nothing to hang their heads over.
Absolutely. They've had a great time here and playing some unbelievable baseball. There'll be some heads down. There shouldn't be any heads down. You finished in 3rd place here in the Babe Ruth World Series for your first time around.
Yeah, you'll be hearing from these guys for many years to come.
Absolutely.
I
Some great players here from New Jersey.
Well, of course, they're the defending 2015 champions as well. As we're going to have some awards presented here to end the game.
I believe they're going to hand out 3rd place trophies to the Atlantic Shore team. The loser of tonight's game is also going to get a 3rd place trophy.
Yes, you got 2 3rd place here at the Babe Ruth World Series. And we're going to have that presentation live. You probably won't hear us speak over it, but you'll hear the crowd mic, so you'll be able to hear the PA announcer So we'll send it to him right now. We might be back to close it out, but you still have Devin Bates, Mike Drew on the call, and folks of characters in the press box with them as well.
Today's award being presented to the player from Atlantic Shore goes to number 7, C.J. Brown. And the award for Bismarck goes to number 20, Ruth.
So we're back here on WSKB in the BRN network, and let's have a little roundtable here. I'm usually the loudmouth that's talking about sports here, but we have two coaches there. Coach Eck and you're the head manager for the Westfield team, Coach Avery. So what have you guys seen throughout this World Series with the rain delay, with everything in general? You see the third place presentation going on right now to the coach of New Jersey, but what has your guys been experienced in having it here on your own ballpark?
Well, the scheduling, the rescheduling of the games has been tough. We've had to use other fields. We've used Yackham Field down below for a couple games, and luckily we had the luxury of having extra fields here in Westfield.
How about you, Coach Avery?
I think it's got to be tough on the teams that are remaining, their pitching staffs. To try to juggle with rainouts. Have some of our guys were starting, and in the middle of a game you got rained out and you have to come back with somebody else. Or with the heat, sometimes you anticipate some pitcher going a little bit longer than he did because the heat got to him. So I think those two things are a challenge for the coaches.
Santa Maria is getting his trophy right now. Let's do a little pregame show for the next game. We got another semifinals game. You guys seen these guys either in action or playing them. You guys got any input on any team? I know you guys have some familiarity with the main team. So you guys got any stats coming into this game?
Well, I'll tell you what, the California team is tough. They all hit. They're giants. Looking at them warming up in the field right now, they're all really tall. I've only seen them play one game over here, but they hit like you wouldn't believe.
They seem very well balanced at the plate. They seem to lay off any pitch outside of the zone, and they have an uncanny ability to actually barrel up any ball that is in the zone. So it'll be interesting to see what Maine throws at them and how they're going to try to keep these guys off balance and get them swinging at bad pitches. But Maine itself is a scrappy team.
Absolutely. And Maine, and I don't know, do you know their superstition at all, their shirtless BP?
We do know about their superstition. I think Bob Beck has the story on that.
Oh, yes. We've
already gone over
we've gone over. I wanted to see if you knew about it. There's a lot of people that don't know about it. You see a lot of shirtless kids and coaches walking over to the batting.
That was at the regional tournament, 13-year-old regional tournament up in Burlington last year. And it was a separate field that the teams were taking pregame batting practice on. And, like I said before, the Rhode Island guys were spying on them, so they took their shirts off.
You saw even the coaching staff taking their shirts off. So that might be quite interesting there for the players. A little jokes coming around there. Like you said, even Coach X said most of the coaches for that coaching staff isn't in peak physical shape to have their shirts off during BP. So
hey, they're part of the team. They got to do it,
Pretty tough to tell the kids to do push-ups when it looks like you haven't done any in about 15 years.
Hey, easy, Coach.
Wow.
Easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be signing off now.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Some hot takes here at the 2016.
I didn't know it was going to go this way.
Wow. I'm usually Pete Coles knows that about me. I'm usually the one with the hot takes. Wow. 15 years without a push-up there for the main coaches. Wow. And here comes the coaching staff to receive their trophies.
Young coaching staff. Like I said earlier, they're both 22 years old.
And it's only two of them, too. You usually see a team go deep with their coaching staff, and only two of them, and they do a great job.
I believe earlier this spring, the head coach there, Alec, he was playing college baseball up at Minot State in North Dakota.
Wow. Unbelievable. And they're going to go on to the finals. And they've been coaching these kids for 2 years now, too. And you've got to remember about that. And as a young coaching staff, you really got to keep mind over matter and understand these kids are only 14 years old.
I'd be curious to know how they got into coaching at such a young age to
Absolutely.
help these guys out. I think that's a great thing that they're doing and a good gift they're giving the kids.
And the one thing, when I actually went over and watched it at BP, they let the kids take their own BP, really don't bother them, and let them stay loose and stay focused for the game. But as a young coach, you don't really see they talk baseball like they're almost 40 years old. So we're going to take a break here. Thank you to the two coaches for Westfield, and we'll be right back here at Billy Bones Field for the next game. You'll have Mike Drew and Devin Bates on the call.
Michael O'Hara. Number 2, Joey Badalega. Number 15, Jack Brett. Number 13, Tommy Gaveo. Number 3, Asher Golden. Number 11, Jaden Shepard. Number 6, Matt Masillo. Number 14, Josh Anderson. Number 4, Trevor Jackson. And subs for Tri-Valley, number 12, Corey Steinhauer. Number 8, Troy Nasser. Number 9, Luke Bafaldi. Number 7, Dimitri Aaron. Number 10, Evan Chevalier. Coaches for Tri-Valley, Mike O'Hara, Tony Badalega, and David Grant. Umpires for tonight's game: home plate, Don Singleton. First base, Pat Latour. Second base, John Tennant. And third base, Tom Riley. We now ask that you please stand and remove your hats and honor our country and all of its service men and women with the singing of our national anthem. Today will be sung by Sophie Long.
It is hard to believe that we're already on to game 34 of this 2016 Babe Ruth World Series. But here we are, and tonight it is semifinal number 2 between the visiting team, the New England representative, Tri-County, Maine, and the home team from Pacific Southwest, that would be Tri-Valley, California. This is a rematch of last year's final, won by Tri-Valley. And the winner tonight goes on to advance to the championship game tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern to take on Bismarck, North Dakota, who was very impressive in our first semifinal, taking apart Atlantic Shores, New Jersey, by a final of 9-1. I am Mike Drew, joined by my partner Devin Bates. Pleased to be joined tonight by Coach Matt Avery as well from the Westfield Babe Ruth team. Coach Avery, welcome.
Thank you.
And just to give you a little bit of context coming into this game, Pacific Southwest is coming off a 18-3 victory against Arlington, Massachusetts. They really piled up the runs. They scored 6 in the 7th inning, and that's where the brunt of their offense came. And they scored in the 7th on an RBI single by Corey Steinhauer, an RBI single by Evan Chevalier, and a 2-run single by Joey Badalega, and a 2-run double by Jack Grant. So this team is coming in exploding on offense. So they're the only undefeated team in the field right now.
Yeah, they are an offensive juggernaut for sure, and the representatives from New England are going to have a hard time tonight, to say the least, trying to cut those bats down. So we will give you the starting 9 now for the visitors from Tri-County, Maine, who will bat first. Charlie Morton, the center fielder, will lead things off. Then batting second is their starter tonight on the mound, Yannick Luxa. Batting third is the third baseman, Cody Allen. Batting cleanup, Rodney Bean, the third baseman. In the 5 spot, it'll be the catcher, Wyatt Williamson. Then batting 6th at second base will be Johnny Pruitt. Batting 7th, the first baseman, Cameron Godboys. Batting 8th will be the left fielder, Aiden DeSanctis. And batting 9th will be the right fielder, Dylan DeRoche. And they will go up against the Tri-Valley starter tonight, the right-hander, number 14, Josh Anderson. Tri-Valley in the camo home-style uniforms tonight, and Tri-County, Maine in the away reds. It is a beautiful night weather-wise compared to what the vast majority of this tournament has been like. A lot of rain and thunderstorms dominated the first part of the week, but beautiful today. There are clouds up overhead, but nothing that should harm us through the course of the game, and the same should be the case tomorrow night. Championship game will begin at 6 p.m., an hour earlier than this one tomorrow. So again, as we hit 7:15 Eastern time, the winner here goes on to face Bismarck for the championship tomorrow evening as Anderson throws his final warm-up tosses. Coach, what are you looking for here out of this one?
I'm looking to see if California continues with the hot bats and a good offense, and we'll try to see if Tri-County can get some scrappy hits together and see if they can compete a little bit, see how they do. They're going to try to have to keep the California team off balance.
And speaking of hot bats, the winner of this game is going to be facing against a team who has plenty of them in Bismarck.
All the teams now that are remaining are very good teams. So
Charlie Morton steps in to lead things off for Tri-County. Here's the first pitch from Anderson, and it is in there for a called strike. Home plate umpire tonight is Don Singleton, and he had an emphatic strike call on the first pitch of the game, which is a good sign for us. We can see it.
Yeah, that's always helpful. Morton hitting 7 for 13. He's got himself 5 singles and 2 doubles, as well as 4 RBIs.
Nothing in 2 here against him. It feels like a big game here tonight, and of course it is. It's a semifinal here in this tournament, and a lot of folks from Tri-County, Maine filling the stands and filling the area in front of us tonight. They certainly are the hometown favorite. Breaking ball just missed, and it is a ball and 2 strikes here on Morton.
And yeah, you know, Mike, you talk about this crowd here. Obviously, they can drive here from their region, which is Western Maine. But, I mean, there's a lot of other local teams. We've seen decent crowds. We haven't seen one quite like this Tri-County team because they come every game and they're ready to cheer.
1-2 is low, and it's 2-2.
close pitch there.
Anderson has just missed on his last 2 tosses. As the main contingent up in arms again. Here's the 2-2, and that one is drastically low, and the count is full. So Morton has gone from 0-2 to a full count here.
And that main crowd is certainly deafening there down at the baseline.
Here comes the 3-2 to the first batter of the game, and he fouls that off over by us. And
wow.
That we hadn't seen one like that the first week of this tournament. I think it hit the very little in-between area that there is between our box and the PA box next door.
I tell you, I was a deer in headlights on that one. I would have just got clocked right in the face.
I knew that was coming for either you or Coach. Here's the 3-2, and that is grounded to short. This will be taken in by the shortstop, Jack Grant, and he fires on to first for out number 1. So a good at bat by Morton, but he grounds out 6-3, 1 away. And now here comes the starting pitcher tonight for Tri-County, Yannick Luxa, whose father is on the coaching staff.
Luxa,
go ahead, Devin.
Hitting 9 for 18. He's got himself 4 doubles and 5 singles, so he's really able to get the ball out there, also with 6 RBIs.
First pitch home from Anderson. There's another breaking ball. That one is in for a strike.
See as well, we got some fans filling up what I call the root seats up there, up near the trees.
I like that. Here's the 0-1. Big cut and a miss, 0-2. Luxa was trying to hammer that one out by the White Hut sign in dead center.
Coach, you think this crowd behind him, there's all these home fans, are going to play into how he's trying to hit this one at all with the nerves in the beginning of the game? You think he's really trying to slam one here?
I think the adrenaline does play a little part in it, and I think. But sometimes when you're in a zone, you don't even hear the fans. You're so focused on seeing the ball, hitting the ball. With 2 strikes, he's probably real focused on trying to get a good pitch to hit and putting the barrel on it.
Pitch was in the dirt, so it's 1-2. And now Anderson delivers again, and he got a piece and fouled it back to the screen. Cody Allen, the shortstop, will be next. 1 man down here in the first. This, of course, a 7-inning game.
New England is coming into this game, Tri-County coming into this game off a 4-2 victory over Janesville.
Here's the 1-2 again, and that one missed just high, and it's 2-2. Head coach for Tri-County, Maine is Tom Morton. And the head coach for Tri-Valley, California, Mike O'Hara. Here's the 2-2 from Anderson. Waved at and missed, down he goes. First strikeout of the night. And 2 up and 2 down in the first inning, but 2 good at-bats here for Maine.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Maine is getting off on the right foot. It'd be good for them to try to get some offense here. As you know, this California team is going to be able to bring it once they get their chance.
So stepping in now, the shortstop, Allen. Right-handed batter working with that green-faced bat.
Allen struggling offensively, just 1 for 16 in this tournament.
Hitting in the third spot, too, and he takes one down low, 1-0.
He does have 3 RBIs, however, so he is chipping in that respect, and he's also walked 3 times.
As you said, Devin, these Mainers are going to need all the offense they can get tonight. 1-0 pitch. That misses low, 2-0.
And Tri-Valley is just one of those teams that finds a way to just really pour runs on once they smell blood a little bit. They'll go for 6 or 7 runs in an inning if you're not careful.
And the 2-0 upcoming from Anderson. Here's a grounder right side. This will be taken in by the first baseman. Shepard flips on to first for the out. So job well done by Josh Anderson. He gets Maine 1-2-3. The California Sluggers are coming up, and we'll be back for the bottom of the first in a moment. Back for the bottom of the first inning as Tri-Valley, California will take their first cuts of the night at the plate. and they'll be doing so against a young right-hander who has a tall task tonight, Yannick Luxa, as he will try to tame these bats, which is easier said than done. Nobody else has been able to do it thus far in this tournament. Let's give you the lineup quickly for Tri-Valley. Stepping in now is their left fielder, Michael O'Hara. He's the leadoff man. And I'll tell you what, this at-bat is about to begin, so we'll get to the rest of the lineup as the game progresses. But Luxa dealing with O'Hara here, a left-handed batter, to start his night.
And O'Hara coming into this thing 9 for 16.
And the first one from Luxa is in there for a called strike, 0-1.
You talk about Luxa, however, with the tall task. He's definitely their guy that they go to. He's pitched 13 innings and 2 starts in this tournament.
0-1 is rolled to second. This will be taken in there by the second baseman Pruitt, on to first for the out. Good start for Luxa, 1 away.
Yeah, with this being his third start, you wonder how many pitches he's got left in that arm.
I was
and how
about to
far he
ask
can
that,
go.
yeah. So stepping in now will be the center fielder Joey Batalega for Tri-Valley. Coach, you said it right before we came on, too. For as great an offensive team as Tri-Valley has been, sometimes you run out there in a game and the bats all of a sudden go quiet. That's certainly what Maine's hoping for tonight, is the first pitch is in for a strike.
Yeah, sometimes that first run's pivotal. So as soon as you get that first run, they can relax a little bit. But if they're starting to press for that first run and Maine comes back and gets one, then the pressure's on and we'll see what happens.
This one ripped foul back to the screen, and now on the scoreboard they have ruled that the first pitch of the at-bat was a ball. So 1-1 is the count according to the scoreboard. And now the 1-1 pitch. This one is chopped to the mound. Luxa comes off to his right and fields it, fires a dart to first, and 2 men are gone.
Luxa throws a slider and a cutter, and the way they're hitting this ball off the handle, I'm wondering if he's trying to fist him a little bit and get that cutter, that ball moving towards their hands and getting some weak contact. So far, that looks like what's happening.
And, you know, Mike, you talk about if these bats go quiet, it's really a slim chance when you look at they scored 2 runs in the first game, and ever since then, they've scored over 10 runs each game, so that's remarkable.
Really is, as the shortstop, Jack Grant, fouls the first pitch of his at-bat back to the screen, and it is 0-1. And Luxa readying here in the 0-1 pitch. That drops in there, 0-2.
And, you know, guys, you would think with a team that puts up so many runs, they would have to sacrifice a little bit in the fielding, maybe have poor fielding. No, they have 2 shutouts in this tournament in 5 games.
0-2 pitch is high.
It's a sign of good pitching and good fielding.
They're going to need both of those tonight. As the young right-hander fires the 1-2, and did it nip Grant?
I think he called foul on that one.
So it hit the bat. That was very awkward looking.
Yeah, it did look like he got hit by that
As
one,
Grant
didn't he?
sort of semi-leaned into it, semi just tried to foul it off and get a piece, and apparently he did. It's a foul ball, so now the 1-2 pitch, and that's high.
Stayed inside with him after that up and in pitch. It came back inside again. Wonder if he's going to try to go away with an off-speed pitch now.
Here comes the 2-2, and there's a rip down the line and left. It is a fair ball, just to the right of the foul line, and Grant will round first but stay there with a 2-out single.
Another pitch on the hands. Looks like maybe that's what they're trying to do to this California team.
Good job fighting that one off for a base hit by Grant, and now the cleanup man, Tommy Gavello, the second baseman, will stand in. Gavello, another left-handed batter here. Got a brace on that right ankle area, as the first pitch home is in the dirt.
Gavello second in the team with 8 RBIs, so watch out here. This is usually where he brings them home.
Keep an eye on that runner with 2 out. They're trying to probably try to get him over at second, get in scoring position to get that RBI opportunity.
Yeah, third base coach for Tri-Valley, busy flashing a lot of signs before the 1-0 pitch here. Here it comes. It is just inside, 2-0. Asher Golden, the third baseman, would be next. And another stare over to first base here by Luxa, and now he throws the 2-0. That's in for a strike, 2-1. Maybe see some movement right here, Coach. 2-1 count.
It's a good count for it.
Luxa readying. Here comes the 2-1. Runner stays, and this one is tapped foul off to the right. Now it's even at 2-2.
You could definitely see the steal coming here, though, in this situation.
No signs, though, so we'll see.
Runner takes his lead. Luxo looks over. And the 2-2 coming home. Runner stays again, and he waves and misses, does Gavello. So the off-speed pitch works wonders for Luxo right there, and he puts up a 0 in the first inning. That's the end of one. We are scoreless in this semifinal. We're back for the second inning in a moment. Well, you want to know all those noisy people you're hearing tonight? There they are, as the contingent from Tri-County, Maine, saying hello to everybody back home on the Babe Ruth Network on YouTube and on Channel 15 for those who can see it, and for those listening on 89.5 FM WSKB. Well, you're going to keep hearing them all night, so...
Yeah, we hope your ears are all right after that.
Yeah, we may as well just expose you to them now, as they are taking up space directly in front of our press box area.
A sea of red, a lot of them parents, and some very energetic parents at that. I mean, it's great to see. They all seem to be friendly with each other, and they're wearing the shirts of their sons who were playing in this game. Great to see as Bean is now up.
Yes, indeed. Rodney Bean, the third baseman for Tri-County, will lead off the second inning against Josh Anderson, and he takes a gigantic cut and misses badly, 0-1.
Yeah, Rodney Bean, a guy coming into this game, he has got himself 6 for 13, 5 singles and a double, and 3 RBIs.
And now Anderson backs off, immediately steps back onto the rubber, and he's ready with the 0-1. And breaking ball up around his neck.
Yeah, it looked like he had to just barely miss that one there, almost off the noggin.
It's 1-1. And Anderson ready now with the 1-1 pitch. That is in for a strike, 1-2.
Bean batting .462.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch to him. Waved at and missed, and down he goes. That was easy for Anderson, one man down.
Yeah, Bean's the kind of guy who, once he gets in there, he was really looking for that home run bomb. And perhaps also the presence of all these fans right here makes him a little more inclined to go for that.
So here comes the catcher, Wyatt Williamson. Another right-handed batter here for Maine. As Anderson yet to yield a base runner so far in this one, and his first pitch misses inside. It is 1-0. Coach, I've been amazed this entire tournament. Not that you can expect many 13, 14-year-olds to hit home runs, but how shallow all the outfielders on all the teams have been playing, as the 1-0 misses as well.
I think tonight, looking at California's defense, they're a little bit more shallow than I've seen.
Very shallow. I mean, at second base, almost looks like Tommy Gavello can reach out and high-five Max Masillo, the right fielder. He's that close to him. Here's the 2-0, and this is fouled back.
A lot of times with the game early in the game and score 0-0, you can tell the outfield to play in and get beat deep and just try to take away those scrub hits or the line drives at the risk of giving up a double.
So is it almost one of those things where if you start seeing them hit it deep a little more often, you're going to go back, but until then it's like prove it that you can hit it deep on us type
exactly
of deal?
What it is. Make them beat them.
2-1 pitch is low, and now the count is 3-1 to the number 5 man, Williamson. Looking to become Maine's first base runner of the night in a good hitter's count here. 3-1, and this is grounded up the middle. Going to be gobbled in there by the shortstop, Grant, and he fires on to first for the out. 2 down. That was a tricky hop, and Grant hesitated with it for a moment, but still able to fire on to first for the out. 2 up and 2 down in the second.
Yeah, you look at that one, just skipped right up the dirt about 5 feet in front of home plate and went out there. If he made full contact with that one and hit it out, that had a lot of power behind it.
So now here comes the second baseman, Johnny Pruitt. And another right-handed stick here for Tri-County. First pitch from Anderson, and that's in for a strike.
Starting a lot of the hitters off of the first pitch fastball.
Lights are on here at Bollins Field as we reach sunset. 0-1 pitch, cut on and missed at a ball in the dirt, 0-2, and Anderson has it working right now.
Good separation and speed between the off speed and the fastball too. It gives it, makes it tough for the hitters to keep their hands back, stay balanced.
Despite the night game, Pruitt is rocking the double eye black.
Yeah, I mean, evening.
Just in case you wanted to know, as the 0-2 is grounded right side slowly, and coming in to field that and fire onto first is Gavello, and another easy 1-2-3 inning for Anderson. So we are through an inning and a half quickly in this semifinal. We're back for the bottom of the second in a moment. Okay.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Back now for the bottom of inning number 2. Mike Drew, Devin Bates, and Coach Matt Avery here, as getting set to begin his second inning of work is Yannick Luxa against this potent Tri-Valley lineup. Asher Golden, their third baseman, will be leading things off momentarily. Now, you guys were talking about, before we came on the air initially, about some of the potential ramifications that last year's encounter between these two may have in this one. You want to go a little further with that here?
Well, do you know any bit about this, Coach Avery? The last year these teams played each other.
They played each other twice in the World Series. Last year at 13. First meeting, Maine actually won. I think it was a 5-4 game, and then the championship game, I think California won 20-0.
And this one is ripped into center by Golden, and it is reeled in over the shoulder.
That's a good catch, but as you were saying before, look how
Morton.
deep those outfielders are compared to the California outfielders.
Oh, for sure. If that ball was hit in the top half of this inning, he's running a while. But instead it is a loud out to begin the bottom of inning number 2. That's the best hit ball we've seen to this point in the game by Golden, but tough luck.
And you know, Mike, I will say, I think this is probably one of the most important parts of the game for this Tri-County team, because let's look at the stat here. You look at this Tri-County team, they scored 33 runs in this tournament. Tri-Valley has scored 61. So if there's any point, if you are able to stop them here and just get 3 outs instead of letting them score any runs, you're going to be able to control the pace of this game a little bit, maybe make it one more game of pitchers, things like that. If Tri-County or Tri-Valley explodes in this inning right here, I think they're going to keep going with it the rest of the game. So this is very important to shut them down here.
And this one is wild. And the first baseman, Jaden Shepard, who's at bat, kind of gives a half look out to Luxa as if to say, where was that going? As that almost buzzed the top of his batting helmet, and the count is now 2-1 to him. And the next pitch home is ripped up the middle. That's a base hit. So 2 hard hit balls in this inning against Luxa. One went for an out, but the next one by Jaden Shepard, a 1-out single. And now the right fielder, Max Masillo, will step to the plate. Sort of to go along with what you were saying, Devin, I think from the Tri-County side, and Coach, you can chime in on this too, I think they'd love to just get this game to the late innings and give themselves a chance.
I think they want the game to go according to their rhythm and tempo, not California's, in order for them to have a chance to win it.
And that's all going to have to start with their fielding.
Runner goes, and this one is popped up foul ground, and it's going to get out of play.
And so coming into this game, Tri-County has 10 fielding errors compared to Tri-Valley's 5, which 10 is somewhere around the middle of the pack for this tournament, but you're not going to be able to have too many of those in this game and come out with a win, especially against this team that's going to make the most of their opportunities. When they're out there hitting the ball and you're making errors as well, you're just making the problem twice as bad for yourself.
California does not need any extra base runners.
So Masillo, the left-handed batter, takes another one, and that's a shot into left center. And this one will be reeled in again. Tracking it down is the center fielder, Morton, 2 men out. He's run a lot in this inning.
He had good range on that one to get it in the left center gap.
And, you know, even as we see these balls get caught in the outfield, it's just they flash the power here, and you can really see if they start hitting those balls in the right place, it's going to be trouble for Tri-County.
As a coach, you can tell when you start seeing that and hearing the sound of that barrel consistently, that tells me they're starting to get their timing on their pitcher, and it's only a matter of time before those hits start falling in.
So Josh Anderson, the number 8 hitter, steps in as Luxa will face his counterpart here on the mound. Shepard at first, 2 out, and the first pitch home is a pitch out, and Shepard wasn't going anywhere.
And, Coach, I wanted to ask you, in a game like this, you have Luxa on the mound, obviously winner go home, and against a prolific offense like this, how short is the leash for this kid out there on the mound?
They've only thrown really 2 pitchers, so I'd be interested to see what their thought process is on that. I think they had Williams throw.
Yeah, Williamson, I think, pitched the last game.
So he's unavailable for today.
Yeah, correct. He wouldn't even be able to pitch. So after that, you look the other pitchers that have gone, Johnny Pruitt and Cameron Godboy, 3 and 5 innings respectively.
My guess is they're going to try to ride him as far as they can take him.
Count is 2-0, and the next one home is outside, 3-0 the count. And Trevor Jackson, the number 9 man, is on deck. But you guys are right. We have seen a lot of hard contact in this inning against Luxa. He was been fairly lucky to get the 2 outs he has gotten. As here comes the 3-0 home. That is through there for a strike.
It's good there. Giving up a walk in this situation would be pretty bad, but we're just going to see this next pitch here.
Certainly not pool play anymore. That's not how these managers can operate.
On that
Tomorrow
strike,
is not.
Anderson take a good stride on that and time them up real well. So we'll see what he does on a 3-1 pitcher.
Here it is, and this one is grounded left side. Going to be a tough play in the hole, and the throw on to first is in time to get the out. That was a beautiful throw by the shortstop, Cody Allen, who had just enough time to get it over there, and a good stretch by the first baseman, Godboy, as well.
And we'll take another look at that one as you see the replay here. The throw over just barely gets there in time.
Got him by a step.
And that's what we were talking about that they have to do when they're fielding, so good job there.
On to the 3rd inning. So far, so good for Luxa. We'll see how long it lasts. We're scoreless for now.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Back now for the third inning. Mike Drew, Devin Bates, and Coach Avery. And before the inning starts, Devin would like to inform all of you fine folks about things you can do to follow the remaining one day of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you can check out all the stats that have happened so far, as well as just prep yourself up for this final game that we're going to have. Winner here is going to face Bismarck, North Dakota. That's WestfieldWorldSeries.com, WestfieldWorldSeries.com. Check it out.
Beautiful. As the first baseman, Cameron Godboy, stands in now to lead things off for Tri-County. And he took outside for ball one on the first pitch.
And, of course, Mike, you can't forget about our hashtag, WestfieldBRWS.
Oh, heaven forbid. No, we don't want to do that.
We tried to get people requesting songs last time, but nobody chimed in.
As a big cut and a miss here by Godboy, it's 1-1. Yeah, we were very disappointed in the social media aptitude amongst the people following that hashtag.
Not a lot of tweeters.
You'd figured the 21st century would yield better results, but apparently not. As Godboy swings and misses again, it's 1-2.
And still looking for their first hit in this game is Tri-County.
Looking for their first base runner. It's 6 up and 6 down. As Anderson has had it going on to this point. Mixing in and out of his speeds, as coach has said. Here's the 1-2. That's low. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That looked like a changeup down and away.
Couldn't get Godboy to chase it. Aiden DeSanctis, the left fielder, will be next. Here's the 2-2 to Godboy, and this is grounded right side. Taken in there by Gavello, and on to first base for the out.
Anderson's keeping the ball down on the zone, and that's 5 ground ball outs. So that's a good sign for the California pitcher.
And also Anderson not having to throw a lot of pitches so far. And on the other side, I think we're going to see Lucia have to throw quite a few. So he's saving the arm out there as well.
As DeSanctis, big lanky right-handed batter, stands in, and the first pitch to him is down and in for a strike. 0-1.
Yeah, DeSanctis is 2 for 12 in the tournament. And he's walked once.
Here comes the 0-1 home. Breaking ball, and that one in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. And the DeSanctis family directly in front of us. We can see them wearing the number 12 shirts. Part of the gigantic Tri-County Maine contingent. Here's the 1-1. And a little looper right side. This one's going to fall just about 2 feet foul. As the right fielder for Pacific Southwest, Masillo, got over there and made the effort, but foul ball, no harm, no foul, and the count is 1-2.
I don't know, Mike. I think even with the bottom of the order up, I think that California outfield is even playing more shallow than before.
Yeah, I would agree with you. This is interesting. I've never seen an outfield play this shallow. They're borderline touching the infield as a swing and a miss by DeSanctis. And down he goes. Anderson continues to mow him down. 8 up and 8 down now.
And as we keep talking about them moving in more and more shallow, I think you're going to continue to see that until this Maine team proves that they can get a hit. I mean, the way they're looking at it right now, they haven't even been on base yet, so why not keep playing where we are? So Tri-County is going to have a lot to prove here.
3 strikeouts, and every other pitch or every ball hit was a ground ball in the infield, so they haven't even put it in the outfield yet.
Dylan DeRoche, the number 9 man, the right fielder, took low for ball 1 there. As Anderson readies, and here comes the 1-0 delivery. And that's low as well, 2-0. You wonder if Tri-County's best approach may be to try to wait Anderson out a little bit more. Devin, you've said it. He's gotten a lot of quick outs. So perhaps it would serve the Mainers a little better to, as DeRoche has done in this at-bat, take a couple pitches, see if you can work yourself into a good hitter's count. Here comes the 2-0. Big wave and a miss, and it's 2-1. We've seen a lot of those as well from Tri-County tonight. A lot of big cuts and swinging for the fences and coming up short.
And, you know, when you're having problems hitting, it can be enticing to try to go for that big swing. You know, you'll break yourself out of the slump with a big hit into center field. Doesn't always work like that, though. I mean, we've seen these guys whiff on a lot of these pitches. They haven't quite figured out Anderson yet.
Yeah, you can overthink it, as the count has now moved to 3-1 on DeRoche. And here's the payoff pitch from Anderson. That's a sky-high pop-up foul ground. Shepard, the first baseman, over there, and he makes the catch well clear of the fence. And that will get us out of the inning. So Mr. Anderson is perfect through 3. Oops, I said it. Back for the bottom of the third in a moment. Bottom of the third inning rolls in as Yannick Luxa heads back out for his third inning of work. He will face the 9, 1, and 2 spots in the Tri-Valley order as the first pitch is fired back to the backstop for ball 1 to the catcher, Trevor Jackson.
And we saw a lot of great fielding from this Tri-County team in the previous inning. I'm interested to see if they're going to be able to keep that up as the game goes on. We saw some spectacular grabs out there. The big question is, are they going to be able to continue to make those big plays?
Jackson sporting the bright orange colored bat as he takes a strike 1-1. Going to be interesting to see how Luxa responds here, Devin, in this inning. A lot of hard contact against him in the last frame.
Yeah, and you wonder if that rattles him at all.
Here's a rip down the line. It is foul, as that one was hit to the opposite field there by Jackson going down the left field line.
This is the guy he wants to get now with the number 9 hitter before he turns it over to the top of the order. So he wants to get one out before he faces the top of the order.
Here comes the 1-2. Breaking ball. That's slapped down the left field line as well, and that's also going to end up foul, just about the same place. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
And, you know, it's almost like right now this Tri-Valley team is this balloon that just keeps inflating with these great contact hits, and you just wonder when it's going to pop and score a bunch of runs on the board, because it could be one of those things where the 0-0 game isn't really indicative of what's going on here.
This one also lofted foul off to the left, and good thing I wasn't just walking out of the bathroom. Or any of us, for that matter. Here's the 1-2. That is grounded left side. This will be taken in by the shortstop, Allen, onto first. And, oh, he bobbles
dropped
it.
the ball. Yep,
dropped
his grip.
He looked like he was getting ready to throw it, and it was one of the most casual drops I've ever seen. I don't know if we have a replay of that available. But he just really, he had a grip on it, and then next thing you know, it just falls out. And on the ground, he says, "My bad," and runner at first base.
So that is an E6 to lead off the inning.
See if that changes momentum here for California.
Now the leadoff man, O'Hara, will step in. He grounded to second his first time. That is not what the Mainers wanted to see here. We talked about how important their fielding would be tonight. There's a big mistake potentially, and now trying to drop down a bunt is O'Hara, and he fouls it off to the left.
O'Hara did move up in the box here, so that indicates to me that he would probably be bunting. See if he does that again.
And, you know, Coach, you talk about that mistake right there and if that's going to change momentum. Do you think for this team that something that small would be able to change the momentum? Is it vary from locker room to locker room? I mean, is it just a problem with that guy who dropped the ball, or does that get the whole team off on the wrong foot?
Varies from locker room, game to game. Baseball's funny that way.
Here comes the 0-1. Runner goes. O'Hara swings and grounds it foul down the third baseline. So they switched it up there and went hit and run. And O'Hara fouling it off. So now the count's 0-2.
And, you know, another thing that varies with that, as we saw that mistake there, is if they're able to get out of this inning and they don't put up any more runs on the board, or any runs on the board at all, I should say, they're going to forget about that mistake. But if Tri-Valley goes on a run here, then that mistake is going to be in the back of your mind.
Semifinal game in this tournament. Every mistake, every play obviously magnified. And Tri-County trying to erase this one as the next pitch is upstairs high. It is 1-2.
That was a hidden pitch out there, I think. Keep it up high in case they were running. The catcher's got a good opportunity to throw.
Yeah, catcher Williamson came out of his crouch very, very early. And now there's going to be a throw over, and diving back in is Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson had himself a decent lead right there, and we'll see if he decides to go for it at any point in this situation.
Count still 1-2. You'd figure that the bunt play would be off. Runner does go on a delayed steal. Pitch is high. Throw down to second. And he's out. Williamson cuts him down.
Huge play there for Tri-County.
And let's take a replay look at this, as Williamson does erase the E6 by throwing out Jackson at second.
That was a straight steal, but a quick slide step got the runner to get a late jump, and I think that resulted in the throw out.
A huge out number one there, and now the pitch to O'Hara is grounded right side again. And this one taken in by Pruitt, fired onto first in time. So that is 2 ground outs to second for O'Hara tonight. And just like that, there's 2 down, nobody on.
And that's just what the doctor ordered after that mistake there to start the inning. You get the first out, and then you're able to get the ground out again. So 2 outs, and this Tri-County team looks like they're holding their own out there in the field.
Now the momentum actually probably swings in their favor with that runner caught stealing.
So here is Joey Battaliga, the center fielder. He grounded back to the pitcher's first time, and a good breaking ball snapped up there for a strike.
And you hear the Tri-County faithful down there.
Breaking ball again snaps in there. That's 2 straight good ones from Battaliga, and it's 0-2.
This inning could be big for Lucia as well as far as confidence building goes.
Looking to end it here on the 0-2, and he left it high. Ball and 2 strikes.
I think he's setting up another breaking ball.
Yeah, that was a high heater there that Battaliga would not chase. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And that was close, but apparently ball 2 on the inside corner. Home plate umpire Don Singleton deeming that that one was not in the zone. The main contingent would disagree with that vehemently, as this one is fouled back over by the California dugout. 2-2.
Big spot right here.
And you got the heart of the order, Jack Grant, the number 3 man, up next, as this one is fouled back over the main dugout. Still 2-2 as Battaliga putting on a battle here against Luxa. That one was too easy. Here's the 2-2. This one grounded right side. Going to be taken in there by Pruitt onto first for the out. And Luxa will indeed get through 3 without having allowed a run, which is saying something against this Tri-Valley team. Now, can the Mainers get on the board themselves? We'll find out when we go to the 4th in a moment. On we go to the top half of the 4th inning, as those of you who can see, take a look out to our Easton fan section over the right field fence. See a lot of young bucks and young gals hanging out there tonight.
And, of course, you have the Easton Hit Lab over there where people have been testing out the 2017 bats all day. So great opportunity for the kids as well.
That's an area which has been used throughout the majority of this tournament for teams who are playing in subsequent games to warm up, as that football field back there has also been used for warm-up purposes. But tonight, spectators only out there.
And, you know, Mike, I said in the last game, I wonder how many little kids have walked over to that Hit Lab disappointed that it wasn't a bouncy castle.
You're describing my childhood too well. As now the leadoff man, Charlie Morton, takes his second cuts of the night against Josh Anderson, who has been very tough. And the count is 1-0 here. 1-0 pitch is grounded right side. First baseman Shepard will go to his right to underhand this onto Anderson. And another quick out here to start the fourth.
And we'll take another look at that quickly, as great job by Anderson to be able to be aware and get right over to that first base, because it actually ended up being a relatively close play when you look at it.
And we've seen Shepard, the first baseman, be active tonight.
It's a tougher play than it looks.
As now here's Luxa taking his second at bat against his starting pitcher counterpart. He struck out his first time, and he rolls this one foul back over by the dugout.
And what you don't realize about Luxa is he's actually a very prolific hitter, too. He's 9 for 18 coming into this game. He's got himself 5 RBIs and 6 runs.
Anderson readying, and the right-hander comes home with the 0-1. That one just missed. It's 1-1.
And it's going to be important for Tri-County to be able to try to at least get a few base runners on. You can't go hitless again in this inning, right? I mean, you're going into the middle parts of the game, and if you go in there without a hit, that's pretty dangerous.
1-1 missed low, and it is now 2-1.
It's the second time through the order, so they saw him the first time, so hopefully the second time they'll have better luck.
As they try to figure out Anderson.
Maine still looking for a base runner here, as the 2-1 pitch is a breaking ball in there for a strike, 2-2. You know, Anderson has shown the ability to overmatch these Maine hitters just about any way he wants to so far tonight. That breaking ball working for him now as the 2-2 is hit well into right. Back and making the catch as he was drifting back was the right fielder Masillo. Well clear of the wall, 2 out.
And that thing had some pop to it, however. I mean, that's got to be at least worth a little something for Tri-County just to be able to make contact off Anderson, because he's been so hard to figure out so far.
That is the first ball they have hit out of the infield tonight. Coach had alluded to that earlier. There was your first one right there in the 4th inning. So here is Cody Allen, the shortstop.
But despite that, the right fielder's still playing shallow. He went back fine on that ball, but he's still back where he started.
As this one is swung on and hit out into the outfield as well, into dead center, but not having to move much at all here. The center fielder, Batalega, and he makes the catch for out number 3. And just like that, Anderson is through another inning. Man, he has it on cruise control right now.
That was very quick.
Even more pressure on Yannick Luxa. He's out for the bottom of the 4th when we come back.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Let's go to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Why don't we? I don't think we have much choice, actually, but here we are as Yannick Luxa is on the mound here for Tri-County, Maine, as he has been all night. And, guys, with each progressive inning, the stakes get a little higher and higher. And for Luxa here, he is going to be facing the heart of the Tri-Valley order for the second time tonight, the 3, 4, and 5 spots. Jack Grant, Tommy Gavello, and Asher Golden. This feels like a big moment in this game right now.
And I tell you, this Tri-Valley team right now is just a dormant volcano that is waiting to erupt, and we're going to see if it happens in this inning. But, you know, given their past history in this tournament, it's bound to happen at some point.
First pitch to Grant is a breaking ball in there for a strike. Well, back in that second inning when there were several hard hit balls against Luxa, we were wondering how short his leash might be. He's made it into the fourth inning here as this one misses for ball one. Coach, I think you're right that the main coaching staff is going to ride this kid as long as they can tonight. 1-1 missed low.
He's only given up 2 hits, and he seems to be throwing the ball pretty well. So I would ride him as well.
And he's recovered from that second inning, which he gave up 3 hard hit balls. Only one of them went for a base hit. As the 2-1 pitch is high, and 3-1 here on Grant.
Huge pitch right here.
And right now, Luxa with 43 pitches thrown so far in this game.
Doesn't want to walk the leadoff man, though. Here's the 3-1, and that's exactly what he did. He left it upstairs for ball 4. So the leadoff man is on in Grant. And, Coach, every time you listen to a baseball broadcast, they always say the same thing. Nothing good ever comes of a leadoff walk.
It doesn't, because it's true. It never.
You know it firsthand, right?
I know it firsthand. If you see a runner at first base with no outs, that's it's not a good feeling.
See if Tri-Valley wants to put on some more motion here as Luxa looks over.
Batter up in the box, see if he bunts.
Gavello, the left-handed hitter, is up, and he takes downstairs for ball 1. He was showing bunt.
Surprising, he's bunting, the cleanup hitter, but he did strike out the first at bat, so maybe they just want to move that runner over, get somebody in scoring position, put some pressure on Tri-County.
Yeah, you were speaking earlier about how big that first run is, Coach, and that's what Tri-Valley's going for right now, as this one is inside as well, 2-0.
And for all we talk about Luxa and how he's going to have a hard time facing these Tri-Valley hitters, he's pitched very well so far. He, coming into this inning, threw 43 balls, 30 of them went for strikes. So he's been out there, and he's been pitching very well, keeping everything under control.
Here comes the bunt again.
2-0 pitch, and he does get it down. Charging in from third and firing onto first for the out is Rodney Bean, but up to second into scoring position goes Grant, and the sacrifice works out perfectly there, 1 down. So 1 man out, Grant at second, and Asher Golden, the third baseman, will step in. He hit one of those hard hit balls off of Luxa in the second inning, a deep fly out to center.
He's kind of a tall, lanky kid. Seen a lot of those so far today.
Right-hand batter, and the pitch to him is nubbed foul off to the right-hand side.
Very aggressive swing right there.
Coach, is there any thought to having Grant in motion here, trying to get down to third base with less than 2 out?
Probably not. You don't want to risk that runner. You've worked hard to get in scoring position and get thrown out at third. A base hit should score him because the outfield's pretty deep, especially on the left side for Maine. So I think they're going to try to ride a hit here and see what happens.
Count is 0-1. Grant is dancing a little bit there at second base, and now the pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Coach, this could be a situation here, I'm sure you've seen it, where Grant, the base runner, is trying to get in the head of Luke's on the mound, make him over-focus on the base runner instead of the task at hand at the plate, as the 1-1 is downstairs.
2 things that does. What it does is it gets the middle of the infielders to cheat to try to cover that base on a potential pickoff. That creates holes for the hitter, and it also gets in Luska's head. Maybe he'll throw a fastball and give that hitter something good to hit.
It's a good hitter's count here, 2-1 for Golden. As again, Grant dancing. The 2-1 home is blooped into shallow left. It will be reeled in by the shortstop, Allen. Had to go about 5 steps into left field and reached up to make the catch for the second out, and Grant has to stay put at second. That's a big out.
That ball hung up there longer than I thought it would.
Yeah, and you start off this inning giving up the walk right off the bat, and now you look at your situation. The runner advanced, but you have 2 outs, so they've done a good job managing this situation, and this inning has turned out a little better than you might have thought it would after watching that initial walk.
This would be gigantic, obviously, if Luxa can get out of this jam. Here's Jaden Shepard, who singled his first time up, and the first pitch is in there for a strike. We have only seen 2 hits to this point in the game, one of them by Shepard, and the other was a base hit by Grant in the first inning. Grant has reached base both times. Here's the 0-1 to Shepard, swinging a pop-up foul out of play, and Luxa has him 0-2. And now the Tri-County contingent going to make themselves heard again, as Luxa is 1 pitch away from working out of this.
And you know, as we move into the middle stages of this game, you can start to feel the atmosphere change here. It's gone from sort of this impending doom that Tri-Valley is going to get a bunch of hits to now, you know, you feel Tri-County might have control of this thing behind Lucia and his great pitching.
0-2 is low. Ball and 2 strikes.
That's all that Tri-County needs to feel, is feel like they can play with these guys. And if they feel that way and all of a sudden something happens for them, you know, hit here, an error on California's part, and the momentum switches, they got a shot at winning this.
Shepard has gotten good looks tonight. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Luxa. Well upstairs. Runner takes off for third, and he's going to make it safely.
Yeah, the throw was just up high on that one, so he wasn't really able to bend down and be able to tag him in time. And we're going to check out the replay on this thing.
I think he surprised everyone, including the coach. I think he caught everybody sleeping and just decided to take third base.
Yeah, you watch here.
His feet never stopped moving. He just kept on coming.
He just had to reach out for a little bit for that throw. Took him off the base path enough for him to be able to slide down.
Now he's 90 feet away. 2-2 pitch. Little blooper. Shallow right. This one might fall. It is down for a base hit, and the run is in. 1-0 Tri-Valley on the second base hit of the night for Jaden Shepard.
And you know what? That right there, falling in between those two hitters, or those two fielders, I mean, that's just inexcusable right there. Just falls right in between the two of them.
Saw the look there on the replay. The ball falls into shallow right field.
So that steal turned out to be pivotal. I don't know if that runner would have scored from second on that blue pit.
Second baseman Pruitt and the right fielder DeRoche couldn't get to it. Now a bunt laid down by Masillo, the next batter. And at third base, Bean's going to have to eat it. And everybody's safe.
Boy,
Fantastic bunt.
Yeah, that would have been huge right there if they were able to get that out. But now there's a little bit more uncertainty with 2 outs. You got runners on first and second.
And now this is going to cause a meeting of the minds here at the mound. This may be it for Luxa. We'll see.
And, you know, we've talked about it a little bit. We're not so sure that this would be the end of Lucia, though, with the depth they have at pitching maybe a little bit in question. We're going to see if maybe this is just a calm-down talk. I mean, they still have a decent grasp of this game. Yeah, they gave up a run, but at the same time, you're just 1 out away from being able to hit yourself, only down 1 run. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this.
Well, that really hurts for Luxa. He was 1 strike away from getting out of the inning unscathed. But a blue base hit by Shepard does him in. And it is 1-0 Tri-Valley. And then to make matters worse, Masillo, the next batter, reaches on a bunt base hit. And Shepard to second base with still 2 men out. So now Josh Anderson, who has been the star of the night on the mound for the Californians, will take his cuts as Luxa stays in the game. Here's the pitch. It is low, 1-0.
Yeah, Josh Anderson is a hitter, 4 for 8.
It's a situation here where Luxa has to limit the damage. Has to get out of this inning, keeping it a 1-run game. Here in the 4th, 1-0 pitch. And that falls in there for a strike. 1-1. Shepard at second, Masillo at first. And Anderson, the left-handed batter at the plate. Luxa looks in. Here comes the 1-1. And he gets a piece of that foul, 1-2, and he lost his bat. So again, Luxa 1 pitch away from getting out of the inning. Needs to find that put-away pitch right here. Anderson grounded into a fielder's choice to short his first time.
And this would be huge if he can get this out right here.
Here comes the 1-2. Runners dancing around, and the pitch is upstairs high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
After Anderson lunged at that fastball, they came back with an off-speed, try to get him off balance with a strikeout. They left that curveball up high.
Shepard was doing a mini salsa dance out there at second base. And now the 2-2 pitch, and that misses low. Full count. Now Shepard takes off, and he's out at third. Oh, boy, we definitely got to take another look at this. Shepard again.
That was huge.
And again, we'll take a look here. This is a pivotal moment in the ball game, obviously. Shepard echoing what his teammate Jack Grant did, taking off for third base late when nobody was expecting it.
That's a clean.
And, oh, boy.
Looked like he had it. You have to be sure that on a second, 2 outs at second base, ball in the dirt, you got to be about 100% sure you're going to take that bag at third.
Well, how about the 2 caught stealings at third base? We may have to bookmark those, fellas, if Tri-County is able to mount a comeback here. Man, you talk about running yourself into trouble. So, we are through 4 innings, believe it or not. It is 1-0 Tri-Valley. We'll be right back.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
On now to the 5th inning as Josh Anderson, who has been the star of the night, retakes the hill for Tri-Valley and his teammate Jaden Shepard right alongside him. And Shepard has given the Californians the 1-0 lead with that big 2-out base hit in the top half, or the bottom half, excuse me, of the last half inning, the 4th. So it will be the 4, 5, and 6 spots for Tri-County in this inning. Bean, Williamson, and Pruitt are due. Here's Bean now. The right-handed batter struck out his first time, and a breaking ball missed badly. It's 1-0. All of a sudden, guys, a little bloop by Jaden Shepard, and time's starting to grow a little bit short here for the Mainers. They're down to their final 9 outs of this ball game.
And, yeah, you know, when you play only a 7-inning game, it really creeps up on you quick, doesn't it? And, I mean, it was huge that they got that runner at the end of that inning. That was going to be big for them. They only gave up 1 run. And now how they play in this inning, if they're not able to get a hit in this inning as well, that's going to be bad.
Count is 1-1, and the pitch. And that one misses low, 2-1. Coach, another thing that's often talked about in the quote-unquote baseball lingo is the shutdown inning. After your team scores, being able to come back out the next half inning and not allow the opponent to get back on the scoreboard. As this is fouled back, that's what Anderson's looking for here.
That's a huge component of it and puts them in the driver's seat for the game, because if they get able to get out of this inning clean, it's a 6-out ball game.
2-2 the count on Rodney Bean, with the catcher Williamson set to follow. As Anderson looks in, he still has yet to yield a base runner in this game. And he may still not. Ground ball right back to him, and he fires a fastball to first for the out. 1 man down. And
another ground ball out.
He has looked in command tonight. So now here comes Williamson, who grounded to short back in the 2nd. It's got to start somewhere here for Tri-County, Maine. As the right-handed batter Williamson will take a big cut and miss. 0-1. It's another all-or-nothing hack there from the Mainers.
Yeah, and Williamson's a guy who really hasn't been able to find it necessarily in this tournament, so he's still looking for that big bomb that maybe we're seeing him take a few of those swings at.
Here's the 0-1, and that misses low and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Coach, why has Anderson been so dominant to this point?
He's mixing pitches, he's keeping the ball down in the zone, and he's attacking the strike zone. He's throwing a lot of strikes.
He just looks in total command. 1-1 is a little nubber off the end of the bat, shallow right, and this one will be reeled in out there by Masillo, 2 out.
I wonder what his strike percentage is. It's probably in the mid-60s is my guess.
At least.
As of right now, it is .593.
Oh, there you go.
I thought it'd be higher.
Could be higher now after, actually, because this is as of when we started this inning.
So here comes Johnny Pruitt, the second baseman. He grounded to second his first time up. Just looking to get on here as the first pitch from Anderson misses in the dirt for ball one.
His pitch count looks great, though, so he could probably go the distance.
And, you know,
looks that way.
Yannick Lucia as well. He's had to throw a few more pitches, so I don't know that we'll see him go the distance. But this has really turned into a little bit of a pitcher's duel here, hasn't it? I mean,
sure has.
The field behind Tri-Valley looks to be a little more solid.
There's a rip into left center. This one is going to get down. And Pruitt may run a while. He will get to second base standing with a 2-out double. That breaks up the perfect game, and Maine has a runner in scoring position with 2 out.
And Pruitt after that one is fired up. You see him grab the shirt there, wave the hands in the air. He's excited as we take a look at the replay of this one.
Center fielder Batalega did a great job running that ball down. Initially, when that ball was struck over his head, looked like that might have a chance to be a triple for Pruitt, but that ball just died on the grass, and Batalega was able to get out there, get to it, and throw it back in before Pruitt had the chance to advance past second.
They definitely got that ball in quick.
So now here's Cameron Godboy, who grounded to second his first time up. A base hit here could tie the game. Huge spot, 2 out in the fifth, as the pitch is downstairs 1-0.
And now, I believe that was the first hit of the game for Maine.
It was. It's their first base runner.
So that could be a big confidence booster right there, and we're going to see if they're able to follow it up here. That's crucial if they're able to build off that.
Brief look back to second here from Anderson.
A booming double like that will boost your confidence versus a flare single, you know. So that's it's got the fans pumped up, and I'm sure the bench of Maine is pumped up as well.
Yeah, Pruitt crushed that ball. It was a no-doubt gapper right off his bat. 1-0 here to Godboy. Looking to tie the game, and here's the pitch. Downstairs, 2-0. Aiden DeSanctis, the left fielder, would be next.
Looks like Anderson's trying to stay away from him. The left-handed hitter up here, they don't want him to pull it. It'll advance the runner.
This is the first tense moment all night for Anderson. As the 1-1 is inside, and it is 3-0, actually. That was a 2-0 pitch. So the count is 3-0 on Godboy.
What do you think the hitter's thinking on this pitch, Coach?
Cheat the plate, get a ball.
Anderson had retired 14 straight prior to that double. Here's the 3-0 pitch.
He swung 3-0.
Grounder right
and
side. It's through for a base hit. They're going to send the runner, and now it gets away. Godboy heads to second, and he's there, and Maine has tied it.
And what initially looked like a hit that should have been an out turned into a hit that should have been a single, and instead it turns into a double and an RBI.
Well, we're going to look at the replay here. I think this is going to go down as a single and an E9. It's an RBI single there, and then for some reason it gets away from the right fielder, Masillo, ends up about 10 feet behind him. He had to run it down. He just kicked it.
Shows a lot of faith in Coach Williamson to have him swing in a 3-0 pitch. Turned out to be the right call.
That's a base hit and an RBI for Godboy, and then he takes second on the E9. Wow.
And Tri-County has arrived after that.
1-1, as now they go out and talk to Anderson. Jaden Shepard, the first baseman, was within a couple inches of reeling that ball in on the dive, going to his right at first base. He nearly came up with that ball. But instead, Maine has tied the game. And now Aiden DeSanctis, the left fielder, will stand in. He has a chance to give Maine the lead. Godboy at second, 2 out. And here comes the first one from Anderson. There's a well-hit ball into center. Chasing back the center fielder, Batalega. He's under it, and he makes the catch to end the inning. But what an inning it was for Tri-County Maine as they tie the game and get 2 consecutive base runners, their first 2 of the night, against Anderson. We got a good one here, fellas.
Yeah, we certainly do. And Tri-County has really shown they're almost like the makeshift home team in this game. We have all their fans right there, and the energy is really behind them. And so we'll see if they're able to feed off that run they just got in this inning.
Winner goes to the final, to the bottom of the 5th first when we come back. bottom half of inning number 5 in what has turned into a very entertaining semifinal game here between Tri-Valley, California and Tri-County, Maine, as here's a ground ball to short to start this inning for the Californians. And Josh Anderson is retired. Nice throw over by Cody Allen and a nice pick at first by Godboy, who drove in the tying run. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Luxa.
That helps him out a lot with his pitch count.
Yeah, and that one rolled in a little low to Godboy, so able to scoop it up there for the out.
1 man gone, and now Trevor Jackson, the catcher, will stand in, as he will take a strike.
Looks to me he's throwing a little bit more confidence now that they're tied up.
Here comes the 0-1. That is inside, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And credit to Luxa for being so solid and being able to keep up tempo with these hitters from Tri-Valley who have really been swinging it. And he stayed composed, he stayed calm.
1-1 misses, and the count is 2-1. Jackson reached on an error his first time up. Here's a ground ball left side. This will be reeled in by Allen as well. Throw on to first in time, 2 out.
And those 2 quick outs right there really build on the momentum of the run in the previous inning.
And now here comes Michael O'Hara, the leadoff man, who is 0 for 2. He's tapped to second twice.
Looks to me Tri-County, Maine is starting to feel it a little bit.
Now the fan section in front of us has come alive, which is not to say that they weren't before that. They certainly were, as you saw and heard. First pitch is up and in here to O'Hara. And now the 1-0. That one missed as well, 2-0. Well, it's a California team that is used to lighting up the scoreboard. And tonight, they have, to this point, managed just 1 run on 3 hits, as this one is in for a strike.
And the only other low-scoring game we've seen them take part of was the opening game last Thursday when they played against Sarasota, got that one in a 2-0 shutout victory. Ever since then, they've just been blowing teams out, and they really haven't faced very stiff competition this whole way.
O'Hara was looking back to the home plate umpire, questioning the count that was shown on the scoreboard. It was 2-1, and apparently he wanted to make sure that was the case, and then he takes a ball inside, so it's 3-1. And he's in a good hitter's count here. Here's the pitch from Luxa, swinging a foul back to the netting, and the count is full here.
He took an aggressive swing on that 3-1 pitch.
Luxa looking for a 1-2-3 shutdown inning after his teammates tied it up. Here's the 3-2, and a rope up the middle for a base hit. And O'Hara is aboard for the first time tonight.
Let's see if California puts him in motion.
Yeah, that gives them the foot in the door here in this inning, and we'll see if they're able to expand upon that, as we know they're more than capable of doing it. And let's see if this Tri-County momentum can keep up and get this final out.
So here comes Joey Batalega, the center fielder. He is also 0 for 2. He's grounded to the pitcher and grounded to second. O'Hara, the runner at first, already starting to dance. Now he stops, doesn't go, and the first pitch bounces in, and O'Hara will not go.
Great block by Williamson.
Now Williamson, who has made a few big plays tonight, couple throws down to third base, and blocking this pitch, preventing O'Hara from getting into scoring position. Count is 1-0 here on Batalega in the pitch. There's a rip into center. That's down for a hit. And O'Hara will stop at second. So back-to-back 2-out hits for Tri-Valley. And now the number 3-man Grant coming up.
Third time through, you're wondering if the California hitters are starting to see something out of Luxa that they can get their barrels to. Those are 2 hard-hit balls back-to-back.
And on cue, we're going to have another meeting at the mound here with Luxa. And his teammates slapping him on the back.
All he has to do is get 1 out, and then he could get out of this thing. But also with runners on first and second in this prolific offense, you can't be too cautious.
Well, and part of the thinking of Coach Tom Morton here on the main side may be that the next hitter, Grant, has reached base twice. Both times he's been up there against Luxa to this point. He has singled and walked, but he's going to leave him in.
And if you leave him out there without a period to calm down and talk to the coach or other players for too long, facing off against great hitter after great hitter, eventually, next thing you know, you look up at the scoreboard and you're giving up runs. So to be able to keep the composure is huge.
And now Luxa wants a new baseball, which he will receive from the home plate umpire Singleton.
I just want to recap a little bit how both of these teams got here. You have Tri-County, who lost their first 2 games by a combined score of 23-4, and then they came back to rally and win the next 3, and now here they are. And then obviously the Pacific Northwest team, or Pacific Southeast team, I should say.
Southwest,
excuse me. They were able to
Sooner
get
or later, we'll get to it on the map.
Some geographic region,
Yeah.
but they came in 5-0. They blew everybody out. So it's really interesting how both of these teams took such different roads to get here.
Yeah, big contrast in styles, certainly, as the 1-0 misses inside 2-0.
Luxa's looking a little tired to me. His ball is starting to come up a little bit, and the velocity seems to be down.
Well, I'm frankly surprised that he's still in there to face Grant here, given the success Grant's had tonight. As the 2-0 misses 3-0, you wonder if he's just being extra careful with him here. He does have the base open. And Gavello, the cleanup man, is next. He has struck out and grounded into a sacrifice, and the 3-0 is in for a strike, and Grant had already begun walking down to first base. Called back by the home plate ump. See what Luxa wants to do here. Does he give in? And 3-1 pitch. High ball 4. He will give Grant his base. You were about to say, Devin.
And Gavello coming up, I was going to say that's a dangerous prospect to deal with there. Bases loaded, and the guy coming in has himself 8 RBIs in this tournament, and he's scored 7 runs, and 7 for 17 with 3 doubles.
A strikeout and a sacrifice bunt for Gavello tonight. Bases loaded, 2 out. First pitch. Swing and a little looper, shallow left.
Drop.
This one's down. 1 run is in, and now it's booted in left. A second run is in. Heading down to third base is Grant. And it's 3-1.
Well, there's the mistake right there. You see 3 players storming for the ball. One of them should be able to pick it up pretty quick, but the ball lingers on the ground there. And instead of 1 run scoring, 2 runs cross as we watch the replay on this one.
Look how deep that left fielder is.
2 balls booted in the outfield tonight, both resulting in runs. As O'Hara and Batalega come in to score, all of this damage for Tri-Valley coming with 2 outs. And it's now a 3-1 game.
And for Tri-County, it felt like that ball was on the ground in the outfield for an eternity.
And another little bloop shot. Wasn't hit all that well, but it fell in. Next thing you know, 2 runs are in. Here's Asher Golden, the third baseman. He takes a strike.
First and third here. They're trying to get that runner at first over to second and get another RBI opportunity.
It's now Grant at third and Gavello at first. The ball booted in left field by Aiden DeSanctis, allowing the second run to come in and score. As the breaking ball is in for a strike. 0-2 on Golden. And Luxa still out there, suffering through this. And now the runner's going to take off early, and they will throw down to second, and it gets away. And now the runner will come in and score from third. And it's 4-1.
And you know what? I think they were almost baiting him to take that opportunity to try to throw it back there because they knew that if that was a wild throw, that guy was getting home.
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
We'll watch the replay here for those of you who can.
It's a quick steal. As soon as the pitcher comes set, runner's going to take off.
If Luxa had caught that early, he would have been out by a mile at second base, but he never saw it.
And you still see the cloud of dust there lingering in center field from all that commotion.
Here's a ground ball right side. Diving stab made at first base. Flip on to first, and in time for the out. Great play made by Godboy to flip it on to Luxa for the out, but man, was the damage done, I'll say. 3 2-out runs for Tri-Valley after the first 2 men had been set down easily. As we go to the 6th inning, it is now 4-1 Californians.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
Well, a stunning twist of fate in this game for Tri-County, Maine. They give up 3 two-out runs to the Californians in the bottom of the 5th inning. And all of a sudden, they find themselves down 4-1, needing 3 runs to tie it, 4 to win it, against a guy who, for the most part tonight, has been lights out on the mound in Josh Anderson.
And it's a scary prospect, Mike, when you realize you only have 6 outs to try and do it with.
And at this point, obviously, in the semifinal game, it's potentially 6 outs left in their season, as the pitch is taken upstairs for a ball by Dylan DeRoche. It's the 9-1 and 2 spots for Tri-County in this inning. DeRoche, Morton, and then Luxa. DeRoche has popped out to first. Here's the 1-1. And a grounder right side. Shepard has it at first base. He'll take it himself, 3 unassisted. And a fast out to start the 6th.
And if you're Tri-County, you got to get something in this inning. You don't want to go in to the top of the 7th inning and have to score 3 runs against this Tri-Valley team. Potentially more, depending on what Tri-Valley is able to do in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Here comes Morton, the center fielder. He's 0 for 2. Ground out to short and to first. Left-handed batter. And the pitch from Anderson. Breaking ball in for a strike. He's dropping that in again with command now. And now the 0-1. There's a grounder through the left side for a base hit, as that one snuck past the glove of the third baseman, Asher Golden. And Morton is at first with 1 man down.
And Luksha, who's also a pretty decent hitter, is going to have a real chance here to do some good for himself out on the mound if he's able to get a base hit home here.
Luxa will look down to his coaches and now stand in. As that one is taken for a called strike. That is only the 3rd hit of the ball game for Tri-County, Maine.
A lot of them coming in the previous 2 innings, so we've seen the bats come alive somewhat. They're going to need to come alive a lot more here.
Yeah, both of them came with 2 out in the 5th. Count is 1-1 here on Luxa, as Anderson will back off. 4-1, Tri-Valley. Looking for a date with Bismarck tomorrow night, as this one misses downstairs, and it's 2-1. If Luxa can get on, Cody Allen, who's the on-deck hitter, would represent the tying run at the plate. 2-1 missed low, 3-1.
And Luksha, as you said earlier, Coach, he's just going to wait to see if he gets his perfect pitch on this one.
They need base runners, so any way he can get on.
3-1 is grounded again through the left side. This one may go as an E5. That looked like a play that could have been made there by Golden. And when the ball squirted through into left field, he looked down at his glove as if to say, why did you fail me now? So that, to me, looks like an E5, but we'll see how they rule it.
Yeah, that one just getting right under him on that.
In any case, it is now Morton at second, Luxa at first, and Cody Allen does represent the tying run at the plate, and they have just ruled it a base hit for Luxa, we're told, so no error. If you ask me, it's generous scoring, but You go with what the official scorer says. So it's 2 on and 1 out, and Allen takes a ball.
And Allen's a guy who's really still looking to find his stride in this tournament. He is just 1 for 16. As I said earlier, he has himself 4 walks, but he's going to need to try to find some offense right here.
Count is 1-0. Base hit can get Maine back into it as the 1-0 is in there for a strike. Only one man down here. Rodney Bean, the third baseman, is on deck. Anderson's looking for a double play ball to get him out of this inning. And now time called at the plate by Allen.
California did turn 4 double plays in their last game.
And I will tell you guys, if they got a double play here, that would be pretty crushing to Tri-County, especially having 2 great hits there and to just get a double play to end the inning, especially when the offense is so needed.
1-1 is a rip into left. This one will be reeled in on the run by the left fielder O'Hara. Well hit ball, but it's an out, 2 away. Well, Tri-County definitely taking better swings against Anderson as the game goes on. Problem for them is time is quickly growing short.
Again, this is their 3rd time through to see him too, so that makes a big difference.
Morton at second, Luxa at first, now 2 out in the inning. And Rodney Bean steps to the plate representing the tying run. And a throw over to first by Anderson. Bean is 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded back to the pitcher.
Heads up base running by Luke's over there at first. First baseman sneaks in behind him, tries to do a back pick, catch him sleeping, but he got back, no problem.
And needless to say, with a very capable hitter in Rodney Bean, this is a big part in this game right here.
And now we're going to have a meeting of the minds here at the mound as Coach O'Hara wants to go out there and strategize with his starter, who has been tremendous here tonight. At one point had a perfect game going into the 4th inning. It was broken up on a base hit by Johnny Pruitt, and that was actually in the 5th inning that it was broken up. And then Cameron Godboy drove him in, but 3 2-out runs scored by Tri-Valley in the 5th inning.
Big spot for this young man, Rodney Bean.
Maine has been the comeback story of the tournament. After losing their first 2 games, winning ever since, they need to continue it now as the first pitch to Bean bounces in. And the count is 1-0. Wyatt Williamson is on deck. Bismarck, North Dakota, awaiting the winner tomorrow night for all the marbles.
I see some Bismarck players milling around here.
1-0 is lined into left. That's going to get down for a hit. They're going to send, no, they're not. They're going to hold Morton at third as the throw came back in quickly. And we'll take another look at this. The ball was hit so hard into left that at third base they hold Charlie Morton. I thought with 2 out they would take the chance.
Not down 3 runs.
But
they
not
make
down
sure
by 3.
Keep the runners where they are.
So now the bases are juiced. And Wyatt Williamson is the go-ahead run at the plate. His team down by 3 with 2 out here in the 6th. And the first pitch home misses low, ball 1.
California center fielder just shifted over to the left center gap, leaving right center wide open. See if Williamson can put it there.
Could drive 3 pickup trucks through that gap in right center. It is large.
And Williamson's a guy who was really swinging at him earlier. We'll see if this situation causes him to do that a lot more.
Morton at third, Luxa at second, Bean at first. And the count 1-0 on Williamson. Huge spot as this one will drop in for a strike. It's 1-1. And now the 1-1 pitch. There's a liner down the line and left. That ball is fair.
That's fair.
1 run is in. 2 runs are in. Heading down to third base and stopping there is Luxa. But Williamson delivers. And it's a 1-run game.
Well, that is exactly what you wanted if you're Tri-County. Just a hit right down the third base line. The left fielder took a little bit to get that one, so 2 runs able to score. As we take a look at the replay of this one, and we were unable to see initially from our vantage point how fair this ball was. It looked right near the line, and that thing just followed perfectly.
That's a huge hit for Tri-County, huge hit.
What's going to go unseen there is the play made by the left fielder, O'Hara, to get that ball in so quickly to prevent the game from being tied. Because if he's at all lackadaisical with that ball, Bean's going to score from first base.
2 out, he's running on contact. So
but instead, he is held at third base, and it is now a 1-run game, and Tri-Valley still has the lead, but they are going to make a pitching change here. So what a stunning end of the night for Josh Anderson, who had been rolling, and then all of a sudden, that 3rd time through the order, Tri-County Maine comes up with some big hits against him, none bigger than the latest one. A 2-out, 2-run double by Wyatt Williamson, and it is now a 1-run game. So a pitching change coming. We'll take a timeout here, get reset, and then we'll be right back.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
High drama and high stakes tonight at Bullens Field in Westfield as Tri-Valley, California has made the first pitching change of the game. Back in the 2nd inning, guys, you would have thought I was crazy if I told you Luxa would last longer on the mound than Anderson, but that's what's happened here as he's been replaced by a left-hander, Evan Chevalier. Anderson is out of the game. So Chevalier dealing with Johnny Pruitt, who lines one into right, but it is right at the right fielder who was playing shallow again, Masillo, for out number 3. That's a 1-pitch out. Talk about getting the job done for Chevalier right there. He comes in with potentially the tournament on the line, and on 1 pitch, he gets out of it. So that is a fly out to right to end the inning, and we now will go to the bottom half of the 6th inning in a 1-run game. That throw from left field looks crazy important right now. It's a 1-run game. We'll be right back. We return for the bottom half of inning number 6, and we're going to say hi to you right now to prove that we're here. I am Mike Drew alongside Devin Bates. I promise you Coach Avery is here. He's over here. You can probably see his hand or something. There it is.
There we go.
Here's a foul ball over near us hit by Jaden Shepard, and the count is already 0-2 on him as you take another look at the field here, and Yannick Luxa is back out there for another inning of work, and his job right now is very simple, to keep this a 1-run game and give his teammates a fighting chance to tie things up in the 7th. A huge 2-out double by Williamson to make it a 1-run game again, but Chevalier able to come in and on one pitch get out of a second and third jam with 2 men out, retiring Johnny Pruitt to end the last inning.
And very quickly, we're already up at a 1-2 count here, as getting this first out right off the bat would be huge.
Shepard has been trouble tonight. He's singled both times. There's a rip into left. That is going to get foul. So it is Shepard now, Max Masillo next. And then Josh Anderson's spot will be up. Anderson has been taken out of the game. So we'll see a pinch hitter there. Here is the 1-2, and this is tap foul. In case you're wondering, due up in the 7th inning for Tri-County, Maine. It's going to be the 7, 8, and 9 spots in their order. Godboy, DeSanctis, and DeRoche. But Luxa has to get him there first. Here's the 1-2. There's a rip. That's fair into left, a base hit. And Shepard is 3 for 3 tonight. This kid can swing it.
Yeah, all night we've been seeing him get those hits that really have just been pestering this Tri-County team, and it's really started a lot of runs as well for Tri-Valley.
Coach, he now represents a huge run over there at first base. A potential tack-on run here as coaching staff, as you take a look here at the base hit by
maybe
Shepard.
A pinch runner here?
Yeah, we may see a pinch runner.
Well, Shepard is still at first base. They may be talking about what sign they want to put down here so that the coaches
They definitely want an insurance run. They're going to do something.
understand each other here. I think that's what that was about, because Shepard is still the runner at first, and now we go on. So the batter will be Masillo, who is 1 for 2. He flied to center, and he singled his last time in the 4th. Shepard takes his lead at first. Infield is in at the corners, specifically at third base. Bean is in on the grass expecting a bunt. This pitch is in the dirt for ball 1, and Shepard stays put.
Great job by the catcher to be able to stop that one. I mean, he really dove out for it.
Yeah, Williamson has had a big night, both at the plate and behind the dish.
Can never take those stops for granted, especially at this level. We've seen a lot of pitches get by him.
Count is 1-0. Shepard stays, and the pitch is in for a strike.
Great throw on that one.
Luxa would love nothing more than a double play ball here.
Yeah, especially the longer he's been in there. That arm, I'm sure, by this point is getting tired. He's pitched a lot.
He's had to weave his way in and out of trouble all night long, and his defense hasn't helped him too much. Here's a ground ball up the middle, and that's through into center, a base hit.
And now here comes trouble with 0 outs and runners on first and second. Watch out.
They should bunt here to put 2 runners in scoring position, and a lot of pressure on Tri-County, Maine.
Shepard at second, Masillo at first. That's back-to-back singles for him as that ball snuck through the hole up the middle in between Allen at short and Pruitt at second.
And Luksha is up near 100 pitches now. He's at 97.
So we have a pinch hitter here, I believe, in Anderson's spot, as here's a bunt bid foul down the third baseline. So
it
coming
is the
up,
pitcher, Chevalier, hitting.
It's Chevalier, okay. So Chevalier, who had come in on the mound, will also take it at bat.
Expect another bunt attempt here. Up in the box.
0-1. And here comes the pitch, and this time he does get the bunt down the third base side. Luxa fields it and bobbles it, and now everybody's safe.
And that is exactly what you didn't want. You assume or expect or hope one of those three that you're going to get somebody out on that, but just a perfectly laid down bunt. And by the time he got there, you look around and you just watch everybody hit the bag safe, and there's nothing you can do.
And now this could be absolute disaster for Tri-County, Maine. It's bases loaded, nobody out.
This could be it for Luxa.
And Trevor Jackson coming up, and you see Luxa ripped his hat off his head in frustration. 3 consecutive singles, the last one of the bunt variety, to start this bottom half of the 6th inning. So the meeting at the mound here, and really all Tri-Valley was looking for in this inning was one insurance run, but they now have the chance to end this one permanently. with a big inning.
What's his pitch count now? 100 pitches even?
Yeah, he's at 100 pitches right now, and it looks
leave him
like
in the game.
He's staying in.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to stay out there. And I don't know if that's a questionable call or not. At 100 pitches, he's certainly shown that not bulletproof out there right now.
I think he's getting tired.
Strike percentage is at 6.3 right now, however.
Well, it's going to be another pinch hitter here, too, for Tri-Valley. Trevor Jackson will not take this at bat. It will instead be number 9, Luke Palfalvi. And now a throw over to first. And out at first base. You got to be kidding me.
That's the exact play California tried to run on.
We'll take a replay. Look at this. Chevalier, the pitcher, picked off first base. What in the world is going on here?
Did it from the windup, too.
And he just caught him sleeping on that play. He was looking right at the pitcher the whole time and just didn't expect it.
Some of these mistakes tonight are not to be believed. One man out. Now it's second and third. Dealing with the pinch hitter, Palvalvi, and he takes a strike.
And unfortunately for Tri-County, you get that runner out, but you still got runners on second and third, so you're still in a pretty dire situation, but it does give you a little bit more of a boost here.
Any thought here, Coach, to putting him on to set up the double play? Apparently not here, but
they could do that, but that's
something
a lot of pressure on a pitcher with 100 pitches.
Infield is in all the way around. Here's the next pitch, and it's high.
I'd be curious to see if they're going to do a safety squeeze now or a suicide squeeze here.
We've seen it happen in this tournament.
It is 1-1 on Palfalvi. Shepard, the runner at third, and Masillo at second. One out. And the pitch. And that one missed just low.
Good count to do it if he's going to do it.
Count is 2-1 now. That was close.
No sign given.
Leadoff man O'Hara is on deck. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
And even if Tri-County only gives up a run in this inning, that's coming away positive considering that you had the bases loaded to start this thing off with 0 outs.
Well, Luke's has got one thing on his mind here. That's a strikeout. See if he can get it. 2-2 pitch. And he hits him right off the elbow. So Palfalvi, the pinch hitter, will take first base on the hit by pitch. And now the bases are loaded again with one man out. He did have the base open, so by definition, not the worst thing in the world. But now you've turned the lineup back around again, and here's O'Hara. Infield is still in all the way around. Now they're going to back up the middle infielders. Playing for the double play. O'Hara 1 for 3. He singled and scored his last time. Here's the pitch. That's in for a strike. Shepard at third, Masillo at second, Palfalvi at first.
And O'Hara coming into this game at 9 for 16, 4 RBIs. Very prolific hitter right now on the plate.
0-1 and a good block by Williamson. 1-1.
Luke's does look composed out there, doesn't he?
Yeah, especially for the amount of pitches he's thrown. I mean, this has got to be the most in the tournament by any pitcher.
1-1 pitch. Liner, base hit into right. 1 run will score. They're going to hold everybody else up. Bases still loaded with 1 out, and Shepard in to score to make it 5-3. And an RBI for O'Hara.
And now at 5-3, things have got to change really quick if you're Tri-County before they really just start piling it on here.
Bases still loaded. Insurance run in. And now everything else is gravy for Tri-Valley in this inning. Only 1 out, and the base is still loaded. It is now Masillo at third, Palfalvi at second, O'Hara at first. Batalega is the batter. He is 1 for 3, a single his last time up. Last inning, and he came around to score as well.
They just brought the infield in. They can't give up another run. They're going to hope for a 4-1 double play.
Even the middle infielders in now, too. And the pitch home to Batalega. That misses, ball 1. 5-3 our score in what has turned into a wild game.
Tri-County needs a ground ball here.
Yeah, quick double play.
1-0 missed, and it's 2-0.
And if this is anything but a double play here, you can see this thing dragging on forever.
Well, you think about it, Luxa really had it all in front of him. One pitch away from striking out O'Hara, but instead a base hit to right. And now the 2-0. There's a liner and a base hit in the left. This will score 1, and everybody else holds up. Around and around we go. Bases still loaded with 1 out and another run in. RBI single, Batalega. It is 6-3.
And this is starting to remind me of the game they played in most recently for Tri-Valley. They went and they scored 6 runs in the 7th inning, and that was an 18-3 win, so the game was already over at that point. But still, they've shown that they can score runs in bunches later in these games, and that's exactly what they're starting to do here, and they're loaded up right now.
This is the California offense we're used to, and it's finally breaking out here in the latter stages of the ball game. Luxa staying in on the mound, and now he faces Jack Grant, the number 3 hitter.
That's the problem with the infield in. It opens up a lot of holes for the hitters.
Grant takes inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Grant has reached all 3 times tonight. A single and 2 walks, and he scored 2 runs. Infield still in all the way around, and a breaking ball drops in for a strike. Count is 1-2 here on Grant. Tri-Valley will have at least a 3-run lead heading into the 7th. Could well be more, as this one is smacked into left. That one's going to get over the head.
That could clear him.
This will clear the bases. And now Grant heads to second base. It is a bases clearing double, as safe at the plate is Batalega, and it is 9-3.
And that was deflating right there. I mean, the worst possible result that could have happened for Tri-County on that play just came to fruition.
This play at the plate is actually pretty close. That throw was right on the money.
A lot closer than I expected it to be initially. But it got over the head of the left fielder, DeSanctis.
And credit from that outfield throw. What initially looked like it was just a desperation throw turned out to, as you said, Coach, be a really close play.
Cody Allen threw a strike from about 150 feet away.
Palfalvi scores, O'Hara scores, Batalega scores. Grant to second with 3 runs batted in. And the lead is now 6. And still only 1 man out. Gavello is the batter. Ground ball right side. This one is reeled in at second. And a great play made there by Pruitt after it went off the glove of the first baseman, Godboy, on a dive. And he flips onto first for the out. 2 men down, and down to third goes Grant.
That was a great play by Pruitt. Stay on that ball.
Yeah, it almost looked like it was going to escape by for another base hit.
And now Asher Golden will be the batter. If Golden reaches, Tri-Valley will bat around in this inning. That's how quickly lightning can strike for this group. And we talked about it all night. And it finally comes to fruition here in the 6th. Count is 1-0 on Golden. And the pitch fouled back.
And it's hard to believe we were looking at a 1-run game coming into the start of this inning.
Incredible, the twists and turns. And Luxa still had a chance to get out of it in this inning, keeping it a 1-run game. But Tri-Valley's bats have come to life.
Luke's is a warrior. He's out there probably around 120 pitches now. And he's still firing away.
Admirable effort for sure. Count is 1-2, and the pitch is upstairs.
He's got 115 pitches right now. And that could even be outdated also. I'm keeping that updated, but he's thrown a lot tonight.
Here's the 2-2. That misses inside. Count is full.
So he's thrown 122 pitches now. That's crazy.
That's a lot of pitches for a 14-year-old. This is his third start of the World Series. That's a lot of pitching.
Does that answer how long the leash was tonight? As the pitch is inside for ball 4, and down to first base will go Golden. It looked like he turned around and may have muttered something under his breath in the direction of Luxa. We don't want to assume anything, but that was bizarre. In any case, Golden down to first base, and now I have to move a line over on the scorecard because Tri-Valley has indeed batted around. So here is Shepard again, who started this entire mess for the Mainers, and he takes a strike. Shepard is 3 for 3. This is a good-looking hitting prospect right here. Count is 0-1 on him. Man, the pitch upstairs.
Yeah,
Luke's is really starting to labor now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as any pitcher would, regardless of your level. I mean, think about how many pitches he's thrown. That's crazy. Almost 130 pitches now trending towards.
Shepard wants to go 4 for 4. He takes a strike, and they will now let Golden take second base. Still running here, up by 6. So down to second he goes. It's actually going to be defensive indifference because they didn't even try to throw him out as Shepard pops it up foul into the parking lot.
I'd be curious to see how many pitches Luke has thrown for the whole tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely a very high number.
Here comes the 1-2. There's a liner into right. This one will be reeled in out there by DeRoche, and mercifully on the main side, this inning is over.
So you're saying there's a chance for Tri-County. They're going to get a crack at it, just 3 outs to score 6 runs, but crazier things have happened.
You said it, not me, Devin. To the 7th we go.
Develop a strong, clean, healthy body, mind, and soul. Develop a strong urge for sportsmanlike conduct. Develop understanding of and respect for the rules. Develop courage in defeat, tolerance and modesty in victory. Develop control over emotions and speech. Develop into real, true citizens.
At the Babe Ruth League, we are not only developing the next generation of ball players, we are developing the next generation.
On to the 7th inning, can you believe it? Here at Bullens Field in Westfield, Mike Drew, Devin Bates, Coach Matt Avery, our entire crew, as Tri-County, Maine down to the final 3 outs of their season. As leading things off here is Cameron Godboy, the first baseman, who singled his last time up and singled in a run. Evan Chevalier, the left-hander, still on the mound here for California as they try to close this out.
And, guys, we just talked about during the break a little bit. It just needs to be recognized how much Lushka just threw in this game combined with the other games he's played.
Amazing.
That's an iron arm right there.
128 pitches total tonight as the 2-0 was cut on and missed.
And previous to this, he had 107 in the Saturday game against Southeast and then 79 in the game versus Atlantic Shore to start off the tournament.
He was the lone wolf tonight. Heroic effort by him as the pitch is in there for a strike, and the count is now 2-2 on Godboy.
It's over 300 pitches in less than a week.
Makes you tired just watching it. Here comes the 2-2. Cut on and missed, and Godboy goes down. Good start to Chevalier's outing tonight.
Yeah, a little background on Chevalier. Just 3 innings pitched in this tournament. He's played in 2, started 1, and he's allowed 5 hits for 3 runs. And 2 of them were earned. Walked 2 as well.
And looks like we are going to have a pinch hitter here on the main side. We are, as number 8, Duncan Hurd, will come up here and hit for DeSanctis. And he cuts on and misses at the first pitch for strike 1.
Yeah, Duncan Hurd, a guy 2 for 9. Got himself a couple doubles and an RBI. So both of his hits going for doubles, but still not a lot of chance to be up at the plate so far in this tournament.
0-1 is fouled back. Well, this Tri-County Maine contingent that we've been talking about all night, they are no less enthusiastic, despite the fact that they're obviously disappointed at what the score is right now. When this game ends, they're going to give these kids a tremendous ovation on a great season, and they deserve it. Here comes the 1-2 pitch in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Hurd.
And, Mike, that reminds me, we will have an awards presentation after this game for both teams, as well as the Ron Tellefson Player of the Game.
Here's the 2-2, cut on and missed. Down goes Hurd, and 2 men set down by way of the K here in this inning. And Dylan DeRoche will potentially represent the final out of this ball game. And, guys, looking ahead, we should have some kind of championship game tomorrow night between Bismarck, North Dakota, and Tri-Valley, California, 2 teams that can swing it.
My opinion, the 2 best teams are in the championship game.
Here's a pop-up, shallow center. Off the bat of DeRoche, it is going to be reeled in at shortstop as the play is made by Jack Grant, who had one of the bigger hits of the night, and this game is over. On to the final for Tri-Valley, California, in a game that had so many dramatic twists and turns. They come out on top by a final of 9-3 over Tri-County, Maine.
And, Mike, this is going to go down as one of those games where the score doesn't really tell the full story of it. You look at that game.
Not even close.
9-3. Up until that onslaught of offense that we just saw in the bottom of the 6th inning, this thing was close right up till they started swinging the ball at the bottom of the 6th. I mean, it was crazy to see Tri-County able to battle back. Every punch that Tri-Valley threw at them, Tri-County had an answer for it up until those 6 runs.
So many key moments in this ball game, so many tense moments, and the stakes were so high. And, Coach, they're going to be sick, obviously, for a while on the Maine side. They had a couple of chances to keep this thing a 1-run game, keep it within striking distance. A missed location here, a defensive miscue there, and all of a sudden it gets away from them.
I think Tri-County should be proud of what they've done. I think they played a great series. They had a great game through 6 innings. I think Lucia got a little bit tired. And then the bats from California, which we knew would come alive at some point, finally came alive and blew the game open.
So we are going to have, as Devin said, the awards presentations here on the field. We will stick with you through that. Those of you watching on the Babe Ruth Network, online on YouTube, on Channel 15 here in the city of Westfield can see what we're seeing right now. And those of you listening in on WSKB, we'll do our best to describe it for you. We're going to start out with the Ron Tellefson Players of the Game, the award which is, of course, named in recognition of the late president and CEO of Babe Ruth National, Ron Tellefson, whose commitment to our nation's youth was unsurpassed. And we are going to have one recipient from each team. And Wyatt Williamson's going to get it on the Tri-County Maine side. He's very deserving, guys. We saw him both behind the plate and at the plate as a hitter have an impact on this one.
That big double did it for him, cleared the bases.
Yeah, that made it a 1-run game at that time, got Maine right back into it, and Jack Grant, who caught the last out of the ball game, will get it for Tri-Valley, California, because he reached base all 4 times he came to the plate. A single, 2 walks, and that final dagger, the bases clearing double in the 6th inning that gave Tri-Valley the big separation.
I tell you, there's a lot of people on that Tri-Valley roster who could have won it as well. Just a great all-around. I mean, Jaden Shepard comes to mind as well. We had a lot of guys on that team that really showed up to play.
Even their pitcher, Josh Anderson, threw a great game.
So the awards will get presented, and we will move on to the championship game tomorrow night at 6 Eastern. Just after 6 will be first pitch time. We will see Tri-Valley, California against Bismarck, North Dakota. Coach, before we get off the air here, you said you think that's a matchup of the 2 best teams in this tournament.
My opinion, they both have prolific offenses and enough pitching to get it done, so it'll be interesting to see who comes out the winner tomorrow night.
All right, so you're going to be with us tomorrow.
I'll be here tomorrow.
All right, Devin, you will not.
I'll be somewhere here. I'll be at the field.
All right, you'll be on standby duty,
yeah,
as they say, as we think. Dan Knappich will be here. We're looking forward to that. I'll be back with you tomorrow. We want to thank our great crew tonight for providing us with replays and getting us in and out of breaks cleanly, which is not the easiest thing to do sometimes. We appreciate them. And we thank all of you watching online, again, on the Babe Ruth Network, on YouTube, on WestfieldWorldSeries.com, correct?
Yeah, and BabeRuthNetwork.org.
BabeRuthNetwork.org. Those of you watching on Channel 15 in the city of Westfield, and to those of you listening in on 89.5 FM WSKB. This was a great one tonight, certainly a memorable semifinal, and in the end it goes down as a 9-3 score. Tri-Valley, California beating Tri-County, Maine, on to the final tomorrow. So for Devin Bates and Coach Matt Avery and our entire crew, I am Mike Drew saying so long for tonight from Bullens Field. We'll see you for the title game tomorrow.
Join us tomorrow night at 6 o'clock for tomorrow's championship game between Tri-Valley, California and Bismarck, North Dakota.